Alright. Seems that we're in. Let's see if everything works. Okay. I'll just advertise a bit. Alright, so that works. Let's see if we are online with Twitch. Quality seems good, not dropping any frames. Alright. Game is showing what I wanted to show. Test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that works. Still doesn't show me online, so we'll give it a second. Okay, things seems to be working. I just hit the battlegrounds. And play some games for a while before let time for people to kick in and come join the stream. We are fighting against Strum. Definitely going first, and this is Cressida. Alright, so this is a keep. Whew. First game of the day, very early. You need to snap ourselves into it and make sure that we don't do poorly. The rest, we should be good. Just think things a bit. Yeah, alright. Alright. Okay, so we have an opponent. We are on the play. Going in with a Brave. And what this is clear. I can only assume that our opponent will be playing Might Singers and Dreamweavers, so we want to be able to answer. To have a way to deal with. Whoa! This is very aggressive. To have a way to deal with Dreamweavers, so first we're going to get Sapphire here. Sadly, we don't have any other plays, so we're just going to pass a turn. If our Brave lives one turn, that's going to be everything we need. Else we'll start getting a bunch of damage in, and it's not really great. But second troll, please don't fireball. Okay, that works. Take 2. If we draw a resource, we can Master Moss. I think this is where this is going. We're going to transmogrify the Tusker, or should we wait? I think we don't wait. We're going to have to use all our resources if we get the Master Moss here. And he doesn't have any accelerant for turn 3 Weaver yet, so we drew the resource that we needed. So here this will be Diamond, and going for turn 3 Master Moss to stabilize. That should do the trick for now. Next turn we might just, depending on what happens, might just decide to take a hit. Next turn is the Dreamweaver turn, so we want to make sure that the Master Moss is still there. I can only assume that against this deck, Master Moss is a problem. It doesn't really have a way to deal with it. Yeah, he's likely sporting Crackling Bolts or Fireballs, so we're not blocking. Also, we're going to get lower in HP, which is not necessarily a bad thing, since we're playing Adjudicator next turn. So, hey Vital Remains, how are you doing, sir, this morning? Welcome to the stream. Alright, so here we're not attacking. We'd like to get the next wild card, next wild threshold here for Krakazor on the following turn. I think we play the shard first for a wild threshold. We now have less cards than our opponent, so we can use Brave and Adjudicator. He'd have to play 2 quick action for us not to draw a card. Sadly, we're not gaining health, but drawing 2 cards here is very important. Just continue to fuel the deck and pass the turn. We're not attacking yet. We're now into Dreamweaver range, so we really want to have a blocker for Dreamweaver. This is a lot of aggression. Since we have Krakazor next, we might be blocking if he attacks. Right there, the best. I think we're trading Krakazor for his 2 trolls and attack with the Adjudicator. I think this is the sensible thing to do, and we can even Arcane Focus this turn. So just enter combat with the Adjudicator. Kill the 2 trolls before they become a bigger problem. And you can only play 1 Ruby action, so they become 5/5. We trade a Krakazor for these 2, but then we solved a very big problem and we still have the Master Moss. I feel that this is worth it. So we're going to go Krakazor, get rid of the 2 trolls. And yeah, that should work. That should work. Alright, so getting rid of these. Still have a big blocker that he has a lot of problem dealing with, then we win. So turn 3, Retro Master Moss, holding the crown, into Adjudicator, into Croc, won the game. Upi is playing trolls. So Cressida, Ruby Wild, trolls. Okay, so this is what we're up against. We want the big blockers. We want these things. I believe that the game will go very, very fast. I like the Trickster. They block well. We do want Pridefall, and I kind of like the Dreamweaver Ancients over the Crow Feather, just to put more pressure back on our opponent, keeping the Dingler. So we have 3 Transmogriphase and 2 Pridefall. We go in with the Dreamweaver to put pressure back on him. I think that works fine. Do we want the other Adjudicator? We might want the other Adjudicator over something else. I like the Crocs here. The other Adjudicator. No, I think we're going. Yeah, we're going to stabilize with our early drops and some amount of removal. So let's go with the Dreamweavers. I like this versus aggressive deck because they tend to be, even if we're on the back foot by turn 4 or 3 or 5, you know, we get in a free hit with a Dreamweaver and then it creates a blocker. And then, yeah, you know, we can chum block, and he's in a position where he can't really just let the Dreamweaver roam. I use it for both. It is extremely flexible game one. It does so many things for our deck, really. It deals with any big threats on the opposing side, Vampire Kings, anything, right? That anything that is troublesome, it deals with. We have a bunch of early threats, like 1 cost, 2 cost, and 3 cost. You know, using Buccaneer into a Crow Feather is just insanely good. You bounce their troop. The next turn you transform your Buccaneer into a 3/3 flight troop and start attacking, and you have the other one. So that puts a lot of pressure. I really like Crow Feather. Depending on what I face, I often side them for something else, but I really like them main deck. They do a ton of work. Hi there, Eldrakaras. How are you doing today, sir? Okay, so now this is a slow end, but we do have a Master Moss, and this is really important against this deck, so this is why I kept it. We've got a Dreamweaver on turn 5, and we've got a bunch of Arcane Focus. So turn 2, we're going to go very deep to find, ideally with the first Arcane Focus, we find a Brave, so that we can turn 3 Master Moss. That would be the ideal situation. If we don't, we'd like to find Buccaneer, and we got a Buccaneer, so let's just Arcane Focus first, maybe let him think that we're out of shards. This is perfect. We're going to play the Wild Shard and then use the other one. Next turn we Buccaneer something. I like the other Buccaneer here. That means we can deal with a lot of things that our opponent's doing. Champion choice here for this list. There's 2 reasons. This is a very grindy deck that often go beyond the mid game. It can win relatively quickly most of the time, but it has a strong late game. So I like having a Winter Moon to bring things back from the crypt. Also, this is more or less a soft counter to Herofall, as Herofall's target goes into the crypt, so you can shuffle it back into the deck, and that way that nullifies most of the text on Herofalls beyond Destroy a Troop, right? So this is another thing. So right there, we're not, you know, into a bunch of pressure, but I do like Buccaneer over the Might Singer of Ages, just to have a blocker. He might be playing Speed Troop, he might be playing Matriarch of Flame, and I like to have the chum blocker handy in this case. So we're going to go with the and here we don't have anything that works out of diamond, but we still get the diamond. We've got some removal, we've got the Adjudicator that would be very strong, and we want to make sure, depending on the pressure that we earn for next turn, we might go Might Singer, Wide Shard instead of Ratruan Master Moss. But next turn, you know, this turn we're in Dreamweaver range, so this is a bit tricky. No Dreamweaver, but Mama Yeti here is a big deal. Okay, so we're definitely going with Ratruan Master Moss next. Scout the Wild. Okay, he's trying to find the deck, so definitely going with Master Moss here and a Brave. Do we trade a Max Singer and a Buccaneer? We could go Might Singer. No, that doesn't work. I think we'll just go Master Moss here. Because if we play is Dreamweaver, we still want to block with the Master Moss and let it slide with the 5 here. And next turn we attack. We don't have a resource for next turn though. We could... yeah, I don't think we have a choice here. We just play the Master Moss. Keep the Buccaneer in. If he only attacks with the Mama Yeti, we double block just for any, you know, to soak any crushing blows. Okay, so now that's a 6/6, we clearly double block. If he has a burn, that's going to be a pain. But yeah, Buccaneer already did his thing at this point, so crushing blow it is. So we're taking 1. We have a muscling in play. Do we go Dreamweaver here? We need an answer to Mama Yeti right now. This is the biggest thing we need, so first we're going to go check to find an answer. We did. Alright, so that works. I think here we're supposed to play... just play a Brave. And keep Herofall open. Alright. So we're getting... we should be able to do something here. Still have the Dreamweaver in the pocket, so that's very good. If he plays Dreamweaver with the Sink Troll on the board, it will be for defense, so we can Herofall it. Okay, so it's going for the... we're chum blocking the Trickster, the Tusker here. Are we? Yeah, we are. There's no way we're not blocking the Tusker. Alright. What do you do? Crushing blow again. Soul of Battle, yes. Yes. Resolve. Anything else? No. Okay. That Herofall just saved our lives. And if we manage to trade the muscling with the Tusker, that would be so great for us. We're clearly in for a Dreamweaver turn next turn. That should stabilize us pretty well. Perfect. Alright. Alright. Is this a Dreamweaver turn, or is this a Buccaneer, Might Singer Alindra, Might Singer of Aegis, a Brave turn? I think we're going with the Dreamweaver enchant first. And next turn, we keep the resource for next turn for maximum value on the Might Singer. So we're going to dump our hand next turn. There's a chance he killed a Dreamweaver enchant as well, so let's just keep our options open for now. At the very least, we can play a All-in Brave if we feel that we need to. Yeah, that's right. So we got a 3/3 out of the deal. Oh, I guess we're playing a resource now. Yeah, there's no way we're not playing a resource, right? Let's just get... I'm getting the other Sapphire Threshold here just because of Mass Polymorph Dingler. Alright, that works. We're not playing the All-in Brave just yet, though. Just yet. We're trading the Root Dancer with the Sting Troll. I have no problem trading here. No problem at all. Soul of Battles, that would have been a lot of damage. It's still a lot of damage though. We'd like to see an Adjudicator. We're going to Buccaneer next turn. Okay, so now we're in a very good spot. Let's just attack with the Dreamweaver for 6. Alright, it works. Da-da-da! Wow, Battle Beetle when this attack gains 1 resource and it can fly. Alright, so we win. Yeah! Dreamweaver MVP. And the more I play this deck, the more I feel that Dreamweaver might just play more main deck, really. This is a very cool list to be playing Dreamweaver, so match win. Dreamweaver energy and a timely prize fall to remove Mama Yeti. So Cressida Trolls, Cressida Ruby Wild Assault Trolls, I guess this would be proper name. So this is the kind of things that this list does. I really love the list. This was one of the contenders for our teams for the CoachFliperon Showdown. But you know, Pentachills and Jeff favored something else, a more aggressive deck with a Crusader, and it certainly served them well. So and I've been iterating on the list even since then. And yesterday, you know, since I seen the list of things, so the other decks that were played in the CoachFliperon Showdown, and I think that this is a legit list. And I'm having some great success with it. What I'm considering here is one less Crowfeather main, one more Dreamweaver Ancient main, and switch one of the Dreamweaver from the reserves with a Crowfeather, and something like that. The other thing is that Ratwood Master Moss is great, but it's 4 cost. There's a lot of decks that run, you know, Flight Troops, or really, you know, a lot of aggressive decks like the Boat Crusaders deck. So what I was thinking is that maybe we go with Hierophant with +2 defense and Skyguard and Steadfast. That would be a very strong wall. And we can follow it up with other things, but so far I really like Master Moss just because of the amount of blood decks that are running in the format, in the ladder at this point. There's a lot of Herofalls, there's a lot of removal overall, and this is 4 cost, so it does a lot of things. But Hierophant would be able to block vampires with the Skyguard and Spell Shield, Skyguard and 2 defense gem. It can, you know, at 3 cost it could block a Vampire King without dying. So that's very relevant. Maybe we want to trade the Master Mosses for Hierophants, but I'm still not sure. Or maybe we cut one of these, one of each, but Trickster and Might Singer of Ages on turn 2 are so important that I think we're going to go like that. Just go 2 Ancients main, 2 Crowfeather main. There's a lot of utility in this list, but we're only running 3 removal main, but we do have 3 Buccaneers and 2 Zodiac Crowfeather and 3, so that's like 3, 6, 8, 11 ways to interact with the opponent's troop, and even 10 with the Master Podium of Dingler. So resource base is a bit I'm from Quebec, Canada, so this is a French-Canadian accent. Alright, and the resource base, we're running 14 sources of diamond, and we're running what? It's 4, 8. We're running 8, 9, 13, 13 sources of sapphire, 13 sources of wild. So this is a weird mix, but it works. You know, we've got a lot of ways to get the thresholds that we need. So 12, 13, 14, 16, 17. Yo, 17 Sapphire 17, Wild 14 Diamond. So that gives a lot of flexibility here. I wouldn't say. Yeah, that's not European French. That's a whole different thing here. French Canadian. We're just very close to a lot of people talking English on the west, before the Canadian border with the province, and we also have the United States just below, and that makes it for a lot of Anglicism in the French language that we speak. So it's a lot closer to actual English than say European French would be. And also I just work in English, and I work with people around the globe, so I kind of have an international English accent in the mix as well. This is where it's coming from. Windsinger. Hey, morning, Sticky. Windsinger. The list at some point had Windsinger, but I traded them with Dreamweaver Enchant, and they're just better. At what I want to be, this is a mid-range deck that wants to be, proactive, right? Present a threat, present a threat, present a threat. What I found is that Windsinger was is great when you have an attrition match, very long game. You want the card advantage to grind the opponent out, but if you can't protect Windsinger, it becomes a lot worse, because it's just 6 cost, it dies, right? It doesn't come into play and affect the board immediately. If you look at the list, the only cards that I have, that doesn't affect the board immediately when they come into play in terms of troops, are Tricksters and Master Moss. The rest all have come into play or pseudo come into play effect, so immediate effect. And although Windsinger was drawing a card when you played it, when you're playing against Blood, there's no way. Right now, there's so many removal in the format that even with one interrupt in hand, often Windsinger would just die. So Dreamweaver is extremely good against Extinction. So this deck usually plays a few small threats, and normally the opponent doesn't really Extinction on 4, but 4, 5, 6 they Extinction, and as soon as they Extinction, you follow it up with a Dreamweaver Enchant that creates a 4-drop, and all of a sudden they need another Extinction right away. And usually that's how you get the Blood decks with this list. I love Trickster. I gotta say, I love Trickster. I know a good portion of my teammates are not as high on Trickster, but it did perform very well for me so far. And in a proactive list that present threats, it just helped, putting pressure on the opponent. If I play Trickster on 2, all of a sudden they might just lose their key play on the next few turns. And usually if I'm putting any pressure and they lose their key play, they just lose the game. Yeah, it has a flight gem. And also, even mid-game, usually mid-game you don't have a lot of cards in your hand, and maybe you're just, holding out a removal or a key troop, a higher costed troop that you can play right now. And when I play a Trickster mid-game, usually if they have a removal, they have to use it on the Trickster, or they lose either the removal or their big play. So it's a must kill, and I would say that from experience right now, although this is a small sample of games that I've played, maybe 10, 12 with iterations of this list, Trickster is a higher priority kill than Mightsinger of Ages in most games. This is to tell you our Trickster is right now. It might not be in the future, and it might just be that it's a small sample of games. But right now I love Trickster. I just love it. It works really well. I do need to work with the reserves. Blood decks tends to run a lot of constants, and there's a lot of Zorat in the meta, and there will be more once we review the deck list from the CCS. So I wanted to have at least 4 ways to deal with constants, and since we're facing multiple constants, I like Wind of Change here. It doesn't destroy artifacts, but it's really constants that you want to destroy, and we still have 2 chump puzzlers for this. Depending on what we face, more Flight Troops / Crowfeather is always great. If we're playing against Blood decks, we're setting in more Dreamweavers. Price Falls are mainly for the big wild decks. We also, for the control decks, will bring in Vertex to just deal with you know, all the removal and the counter magics there are. And I was also running 2 Soothing Breezes, but I don't think we'll be facing that many utils, and we still have a decent way to pressure our opponent early game and some ways to gain health. So I think right now I'm gonna make the conscious decision to not run Breeze and go with 4 Verdicts. That really tends to screw the Blood decks as well, and the Ruby Sapphire control decks. That helps a lot. Even if against the Diamond aggressive decks, they do play a lot of removal, and it's a lot of Void. So I think I like Verdict a lot in there. And there's a lot of the reason I'm not running alt right now is that there's too many basic action removal that is extremely good. There's Bring to Justice, Clash of Steel, Extinction. There's a bunch of things, right, that are not quick actions that you might want to interrupt. So I'm not bringing alt, but alt is more if you're already playing a lot of interrupts and you're fighting in the against another, you know, deck that runs interrupts. You want alt to just trump their interrupt at very lower cost. But this is my personal list. It's a ton of fun. I highly encourage you to run it if you can afford the cards. It's not a cheap list by any stretch, but it's a fun list, and I really love it. I mean, the Might Singer of Ages, they fetch most likely 1k each. Dreamweavers are likely around a 1k each, so that's like that's like $80 just right there. Master Moss fetch a bunch. Krakosaurs. It's all, you know, a lot of pricey cards in there. So. And if you look at the Platinum, I add a lot of Platinum and I don't have a lot. So this is where this is coming from. At some point I was running Hero of Legions instead of Buccaneer, but really just want to make sure that I'm able to stabilize the game for turn 4 or 5. And this is where the Buccaneers are really, really good. You side them out a decent amount of matchups here just to bring in more Adjudicator, Crowfeather, kind of the sort if you need to. But let's try another round with this list. See what happens, but I do like this list a lot. Let's just prep the notes real quick before we do that. I'm going to update the stream notes with the deck list once we're done. Of course, this one has been in constant iteration so far, and it's a ton of fun. So lots of proactive plays, answer a lot of things. You can grind people out a lot. I was able to grind to time a Megbumbus player with Madra Bombencer recursion. So that has a lot of power here. If you have any suggestion on to how to improve the list, if you play with it and have you're doing modifications, let me know. This is one of the lists I'll be trying to push for this new meta. I need to test it against Jeff's and JDM Jedi's list, but we'll talk about this in a few minutes there. So stay tuned. If you're already curious about the top 8 CSS player list, I was able to grab 5 lists out of the 8 from the top 8. If you look below the channel, there's posts on the left side on the activity stream, and there's a list to XTCG browsers list from the for the 5 list there. So we're playing against Tiki. Go first. Alright, so we've got a Trickster on turn 2, that's perfect. Transmography and Croc, this is a perfectly keepable hand. We like to find more threats, but we're going to, on the play, we're going to present Trickster on turn 2, and that's very, very good. We're going to go with Diamond. Okay, so we want to maximize the number of wild that we get. So we've got 3 shards that create wild. It means that this would create a wild, and this would create a diamond on turn 3. Or we go... Yeah, I think we're going Sapphire with this one. Sapphire, alright. Sapphire and pass. Wow, the effect on the cosmic version of the sleeves is just really great. I love it. Alright, so here we're going with... I'm not going with a wild because if he kills or deal with the trickster, I don't have any Coyotals left to play the trickster, so this is going to be wild. And then we play the trickster. Hi there everyone who just joined, welcome to the stream. We're doing a bit of Constructed Ladder with the Homebrew here, and then likely after this match we're going to sort through the finalists of the Cosmic Crown Showdown list and see what we can gather from what they prepared for us this time. So here we attack first. If he has any way to deal against this troop, he needs to, because we're just going to take a non-resource card out of his hand and transform it. So you see why I'm running these. These are must remove right away, unless if they hit once, they have the potential to just win a game. So we get a Sapper's Charge here. Alright, so going to Arcane Focus, would like to present a threat on the next turn if we can. And we've got another Trickster, that's perfect. Here we're just going to play the Wild Shard and play another Trickster. And what I like about the Trickster as well, 3 defense doesn't die to Carnosaurus. That's another very good thing. There's a lot of 2 attack, very aggressive troops in the format right now, and it does work around them. Here, I think we transmogrify the Hierophant just to be able to... do we? Or we just Sapper's Charge it? We do just Sapper's Charge it, right? And we now have a Sapper's Charge that we can loop back into the deck. Alright, that works. Excellent. We don't need another resource this turn, so we're going to get our diamond now. One of the nice things with Windsinger is that you don't need the charges absolutely, you know, on turn. So even if I'm playing 6 resources, that doesn't give a 4 resources that usually don't get a charge back. It's not that big of a deal. So now we had the random ones. One of his card has been randomized. Again, this is, you know, why I like the Trickster so much. It doesn't die to Carnosaurus. It does die to double Carnosaurus maybe, so we're going to transmogrify this one, hoping that it's not going to kill it. It does. It still does. Alright. We're going to eat these 2 with the Crocosaur, but... if it wouldn't, that would have been so nice. Could have swung the game in. Yeah, I think we're just eating these 2 out, and then we're just going to Dreamweaver, and that should be able to put him on the back foot, you know, significantly enough so that we're in for a win here. But I really don't know what this deck is picking. It's certainly, you know, ready with the Carnosaurus to take down these small troops. So that's the thing. Oh, Mentor of the Song, huh? That's interesting. So there might be a Transmogrified for the Dreamweaver, but that's okay. We're putting ton of pressure here. No counter magic on the ready. That's a big plus for us. Swinging with these. And okay, so he's taking the hard route. A Clockadon for some health. Playing the shard. And passing the turn. So we're in a commanding position right now. Things are working well. He's drawing cards at this point, so he's going to be extremely far behind on the next attack. He'll have counter magic at the ready if he doesn't play a troop. And if he does play a troop, it is unlikely to be able to block profitably with what we're sending. So we're likely getting too far ahead in this game for Sticky to be able to come back. And we do have a Crocosaur in the end right there. We're getting at least another 2 cost troop here. Wrangler, alright, so planes. There's no mass polymorph Dingler on the next turn. And this was +2 defense. When you get generated troops that have sockets, you also get a random gem in the socket with one of the gems that you support. So a lot of Hierophants here. I do like the gem choice in the Hierophant, Ramping and Skyguard and Steadfast. However, since we're playing Crocosaur next, this is likely going to go bad for our opponent. And this should be game, alright. So we're fighting a grindy matchup. He's looking like he wants to stall the game. We're going to bring in the Adjudicator. What do we don't like? Buccaneers. I think the Master Moss is not going to perform that well. I think I'd rather have more Dreamweavers, just to put more pressure. Do we want Price Fall? Price Fall on Hierophant seems to be great. I love and Carnosaurus, he likely is playing some. Yeah, I think Crowfeather on his flight, and it doesn't like to it doesn't revert. So when you target something like a Hierophant that has been improved, it keeps the improvement. So I'm not inclined to play the Crowfeather in this matchup. I'm just going to run the 2 Pricefall as insurance to have a bit more removal, and we're going to go with more Adjudicator to for the grindy aspect of the game. And now we've seen that the Dreamweaver engine exists, is going to be even more on the defensive with the Trickster on hand as well. We could go with some Verdicts, but we'll see. If he brings in a lot of actions, we can go for Verdicts on the if we're on the play next turn. Do want your impressions on Rickster the match go. Alright, so we're facing a multi-4, so Rickster pressure into, and we just won. Okay, so that was Sticky, Winter Moon. I'll just say mid-range. Wait for Sticky to come back. OP, move 4 and concedes. Okay, so this would be a match win. Alright, so Sticky, are you back in the stream? Got a question for you. Okay, mid-range, perfect. And what do you think of Trickster? Did you feel that he made you under pressure enough so that you wanted to kill them ASAP, or does it feel like just a utilitarian troop that doesn't really impact the board? That's what I'm trying to figure out. There's a lot of debates right now within our team about tricksters being good or not. They're not good in a very aggressive list like you know what Jeff ran on the CCS, but I feel like in this list they do pull their weight. So we're going to prep the notes for the next match and try to see if we can gather more information. Zensor, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Welcome to the stream, welcome to the learning experience. There's a lot of link below the stream, tons of stuff. There you have access to the stream notes, the things that I'm updating here on the side when I play. There's all stuff of good stuff. There's match records, there's deck list, there's Herofall review, there is draft, there's a ton of stuff, so don't hesitate to go there and ask questions. There's also tons of links, like links to key forum posts, key community websites for X, so tons of resources. And you can also follow me on Twitch, on Twitter, and on YouTube, where I upload all my streams. Great, 676, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. And you also have the agenda for today on the very this will be your left side here. So we're going to do another match. More annoyed. Well, he's there to annoy, but most of the time if you have to kill it, that means it provides a decent amount of pressure, right? So we're going to go with the list as it is right now. Try to get another match. See what happens. Yes, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Welcome to the learn experience. Sticky again! Alright, so yeah, then you have your opportunity to get your revenge here, Sticky. I assume this is the same deck, so let's just reset the notes real quick. This will be the third match we do on stream this morning. Do I like this hand? Yeah, we've got everything we need. Third 2 Trickster is often, so we're going to go with Wild, Brave into Purpose and Trickster. Alright, and we are on the draw. So, on the draw. Alright, do we get a resource? Oh, we get a resource. That's so great. Alright, we're in. We are in. Brave. There's also not a lot of actions in the deck, and there's a ton of troops. So this is why Might Singer is really good. If it's a non-shard, it is most of the time a troop. So there's no counter magic here. I think we're just supposed to. This can get a diamond when we need to. So we're going to go with Sapphire with a Shard of Purpose here, and use the Brave to put the Trickster in play. Alright, Trickster. Good old Trickster. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Well, alright. We lost a champion power activation for nothing. Good thing is that this is, oh, Curvin Creeper. Extended art. So that's nice. Yeah, giving an incentive to someone to use Transmographates right away on the first 2 turns is just so strong. Next turn we might not be, well, we might just be going for Adjudicator, right? We've got the same health. Counter magic is open, so I think we'd rather have Might Singer countered than Adjudicator in this matchup. So first we're going to attack with the Creeper, and then we play the Might Singer, and if it It's not countered. We play a wild shard. Yeah, it's countered. That's okay. We want this adjudicator to work. So here we're going to use the Brave, play Arcane Focus, try to find another threat. We don't. Here I like playing another resource to play the other Arcane Focus. Let's just keep the Wild for now in case we draw a Might Singer. Just play the other Arcane Focus. And yeah, sure, Brave. Alright, so that's we're not under any pressure right now. We have an adjudicator next turn if we can. Yeah, I punt. I don't have this one set it up. Oh, Dreamweaver, that's a problem. That's a big problem. But we didn't really add anything anyway to deal with this guy, so Krukazor here would be nice. No Krukazor. Can we manage to play the adjudicator for some value here? We're going to loop these back. Can we go down to 2? I don't think we can. The best we can do is just play another Brave and the adjudicator for some health back. We don't have. Oh, misplayed. Don't have a diamond. I should have played the diamond. So I think here I'm you know, having played the cards correctly, I would have had the adjudicator on the board gain 5 health this turn. I don't know if this will be relevant or not, but we're taking another 6 here. I don't really like, but we're gaining 5 next. We have cards to get back from behind in this list. And there we won't be able to draw some cards again with the adjudicator, so that's a very big problem. Alright, so here we go. At least we're gaining some health back. Really great from behind. Next turn, if he attacks with everything, we just triple block with these troops, the Ancient. Wow. Okay. That's a ton of pressure. So this is how it goes. He gets to get a 1-drop, a Jovial Pipit. That's okay. The start of return, you may choose a card in your hand to transform it into a random card. It's not too bad. This board is we can deal with. We got 2 Dreamweavers down. We still have a decent amount of health. There's a ton of cards that we could draw that makes a lot of sense. Buccaneer is one of them. So here we're going to use the Prism. And we're just going to gain a charge. Going to loop back the Adjudicator and the Might Singer of Ages. Going to play the Buccaneer on the Elite. Because if we bounce the Dryad, they just replay it, and this guy is a 4/4. So we're just going to remove this. And if we replace the Elite, that means that he's not doing much on his turn. And we get it for 2 with the Dryad and trade with the Pipit. I guess that's a decent trade here. A Might Singer is very close to have the threshold required, so we're not out of the woods yet. He might be holding counter magic. We're drawing a ton of shards though. That's a real problem. Let's just get the white threshold that we need. No, we still have the white threshold that we need. We have all the threshold that we need. Mass Polymorph Dingler on the next draw would be phenomenal for us. If he's not on the holding counter magic. So we might be a bit less behind if I played optimally, but I'm not sure that this would have been enough. So here he draws a card. I have to kill Might Singer next turn, absolutely. And yeah, it's like 12 in 12 cards we've had 2 Braves and 8 resources. So in 12 cards we had 2 non-threats. So that's a bit of a flood. And even then we were able to defend pretty well against the Dreamweavers. We just needed one more threat on turn 4 and we would have been set. Like, really, we would have been ahead, I think. Now that we know that he's playing the Dreamweaver enchants, I think I'm incentivized to bring the Master Moss back. Like, we've got Braves, it doesn't show that he has Chlorophilia, so we pretty much have the same speed. We'll be on the play next turn as well. So being able to drop a Master Moss on the turn before he can play Dreamweaver, even if he has a Brave, is great. Ah, this is major here. If he doesn't have a counter magic, we might be able to come back. Trickster, Might Singer, Krakazor, but the other Might Singer will be extremely big. We will take a big hit here. There's nowhere for us to kill her, sadly. But we can play one of our own though. Hey, Felspar, how are you doing? Long time no see. Alright, so bringing in the Braves here. So, still holding out. We might just be getting a Mass Polymorph Diggler at some point in the near future that would swing the game tremendously in our favor. Might Singer will become 7/7 next turn. So, we just take the hit here. And then play Krakazor, remove some of these, and then we can chump block, and then we lose Might Singer. Oh, we lose the Adjudicator. That's an odd choice. We take the 9. So another Might Singer, that's why. Okay, so Krakazor eats Might Singer and Dryad. Can we live another turn? He does have resources for counter magic, so we need to be careful. We need to be careful. If there's counter magic, this is game. There's no counter magic, so there's a chance. There's a definite chance for us. As 7 plus 5 is enough to chump block and kill this guy. So Transmogrifade. Gargoyle, alright. So we're just dead, right? Yep, we're just dead. Gargoyle is another card that I don't have in the list that might make it at some point. So here, seeing more of this list, I'm not sure. Oh, this was game 1, right? Loss. And we were on the draw, so I think we would just want more Dreamweavers. We want the talent. I think we keep the Master Moss. We don't want the Crow Feather. We want the Mass Polymorph Diggler. We could play Verdicts as well. But there's a ton of things that we want to play right now. Do we remove Buccaneer for Verdicts? 2 Verdicts. Does that make sense? We don't have any ways to kill early Might Singers. We really just have Dreamweaver, so I guess we do want the Crow Feathers to deal with the Might Singers. So, and if they're here late game, then they're there late game. But I guess we just want to put as much pressure as we can, and having some flight troops in the mix helps out. I just realized that we were at 61, so that's a bit of a pain, but we'll see. We had a few draws there that would have swung the game to our favor, so go first. We are on the play. We get a turn 2 Might Singer into a Shard, and we get a turn 3 Master Moss and a turn 4 Dreamweaver Enchant, so this end is great. Just need to find more resources, and we're in for a big start. I haven't even tried Herofall yet. You should. That's a ton of fun. There's a lot of value in this set. It was pushed for constructed a ton, so no resource there. So we're going to play Might Singer into a Sapphire Shard into Arcane Focus to find another resource. We really just want resources. Our end is stacked with threats. Just want more resources. Transmogrify, that's okay. Somnier would be kind of good. I love it. Hey, we found a resource. So that's great. So turn 3 Redwood Master Moss, he'll be on the defensive. He'll have to play something to deal with it, and then we come in with a Dreamweaver when he has no resources open. That's the plan. All right. This should be Diamond. We don't need Diamond yet, so I'm going to play Sapphire in case we draw a Crocozor that we want to play, so we can use the Well of Life for a wild instead. We're definitely playing the Master Moss this turn, though. What's the shittiest legendary in the set? That's what I usually get a lot. There's a few bad legendaries, but there's not a lot. I would say most of the legendaries are fairly playable. So maybe he's going to draw a ton of cards here, but our next turn is going to be very strong. And the turn after that as well. Fortress does a lot of things. Oh. Okay, so this is why, you know, playing the resources, there's a lot of play to the resources in this deck, and this is why. So we're going to get a wide threshold here into a Crocozor, removing the 2 Might Singers. Alright. That is a lot of value for the Crocozor. So how I came to this list was that Adjudicator is most of the time is a 3/4/1 and sometimes is a 4/4/1. And I just looked at the card. It was so much card advantage. I looked at the list of cards in the set, and I tried to find, you know, cards that provided card advantage. Crocozor was on top of the list. It can easily be a 3/4/1. So I was running like a bunch of 3/4/1s, and then I looked at Might Singer is kind of a 2/4/1. Sometimes it's a 3/4/1. So I liked it in this configuration as well, and this is where I came in with the list. I like the addition of Diamond just for the splash. Okay, so we win. So turn 3 Moss into turn 4 Weaver for the win. Alright, so we're going to play game 3. We're going to be on the draw. Verdicts I'm not a fan of. I'd rather present threats and deal with what he's playing. So I guess we're keeping it like that. and hope that we draw a Mass Polymorph Dingler. Heart of Embers. Well, I didn't open that many boosters, so I'm going to keep this. I mean, we've got Arcane Focus, we've got all the thresholds that we need, and if we try the game until, you know, 8 resources, we have Mass Polymorph Dingler, which is a very big deal in this matchup. So we didn't present a ton of actions so far. He's unlikely to be, you know, banking on a lot of verdicts as well. Or maybe if he has them, he side them out. Oh, we get a Trickster turn 2, that's perfect. Great find. Here we have Well of Purposes. We already have the Sapphire Threshold is good, and we've got a 2 Coyotals for the Bluegrass, so we're set. Turn 2, we're just going to play the Trickster. Hopefully he doesn't have a he doesn't have a Transmogrifade just yet. Nice, no Transmogrifades, okay. Turn 3, what do we want to draw turn 3? Oh, Counter Magic up. Another Zodiac, so we're just going to attack and hope that we get the Counter Magics. Another nice thing about this troop is that it gets under Counter Magics, and it tends to screw them if it hits, so that's always nice. Here we're going to get another Wild Threshold, because we really want to have 5 we want to have 1 Diamond, 1 Sapphire, and the rest is Wild Thresholds for the most part. Oh yeah, true. It's turn for Croc eats Might times 2, turn 5 Weaver. Yeah, that's more like it. That's more like it. That does make a lot more sense. Alright, so... And now we're in the range of Zodiac Crow Feathers. And I like not representing Diamond. He might, you know, take a chance for us not to have Diamond. And you know, being able to chump block this guy. So I really like holding the Diamond until the last minute for the Trickster. If they take a risk, they're punished for it. So we transform 1 card into a random card, so this might eat the same or another one. So there's a possible 2 cards in his hand that are random cards. Here we're just going to pass the turn. So if he's holding Counter Magic, there's a good chance, and has some resources in hand. No resources, so that's a game we can play, right? Do we try to get in with the Dreamweaver? We'll wait until he plays something. Right now we're not under any pressure, so we're just going to attack. Continue to, you know, peck at his cards, make his hand worse for the most part, and just continue to gather resources for Mass Polymorph Dingler. So, you know, Trickster here doing some very nice work. We're removing his counter magics. This slightly he got from the Trickster. So he's getting some values out of the Trickster, but I feel that's okay. At some point he's going to spend his resources from for the turn. And when he does, we're getting in with a Dreamweaver. Alright. Silver Talon, we're going to get, we're going to attack first. Do we want to make him counter magic something now? We could. I think we pecked at his end enough, but he might be holding Krokazor, and presenting another body on the board is not that great, so I think we'll just continue to get up to a nice amount of resources and a handful of threats. Fox Scout is okay. That's perfectly fine. So we're getting very, very close to Mass Polymorph Dingler. If you place something here, it should be good. So doesn't play anything. Do we try to get in with the Dreamweaver? We have another one. Even if he counter magics one, we can still play the other one. 7 resources. We have our second Sapphire Threshold for Mass Polymorph Dingler. I think we're still in health. So I guess, yeah, I think we try the Ancient now. We attacked his end a lot, so there was a decent chance that he wouldn't have the counter magic here. Still attacking with the Trickster. Yeah, Fox Scout is great against Dreamweaver. You still get a two cost troop out of the deal though, so it's not all upside, but it certainly, you know, helps in ending the situation. He must have a lot of random cards in hand right by this time, unless we've been very unlucky with the hits. So he has 4 cards in hand. See, if we have 6, we need to play 3. That doesn't work. So let's try to smash in the other Dreamweaver. Let's try to smash this one in. You gotta suffocate, okay. Still attack. So we're entering the territory where next turn we Crow Feather the Trickster to transform it into a bigger threat for more damage. We know we can get back on health with Adjudicator anyway. Spider. Alright, Might Singer I love, so we're going to attack with Trickster first. Then Might Singer and Brave. Might Singer and Brave. No card. And then we Crow Feather the Brave. Do we Crow Feather the Brave? I think we Crow Feather the Trickster. We want to keep the Brave for Mass Polymorph Dingler next turn. I think this will be very important. And he needs to deal with the Might Singer. We have, you know, 6 damage in the air as well that he absolutely needs to deal with. And this is the Mass Polymorph Dingler turn. If he doesn't have an interrupt, we should be good. So here we attack first. This, and this. That's it. That is a lot of damage. We can Crow Feather the Windsinger as well if we need to. Next turn, he does go for the block here. All right, no problem trading the Might Singer with the Windsinger. We don't have to deal with Windsinger yet. And we do have a resource now. We're down on card. We're down on card. We're up in health. So if we just play another Flight Troop, he is likely dead. So do we play Crow Feather on the Brave now? I think we keep it for next turn. That's going to be a surprise 3 attack troop. And we're just going to play the Brave. Shuffle these in. And this is why I like Crow Feather so much. It provides a lot of attack in the air. It closes games so fast. And, you know, half of the time it's a 3 cost. It's a 4 cost 3/3 Flight Troop that creates another 3/3 and attack. So it does 3 damage. And then it does 6. So in 2 turns, this Crow Feather just provides with 9 damage. Well, that's pretty great. So on the draw, Trickster wins. I'm going to assume that Trickster wins. We'll ask Tiki though, if that's the case. This is one of the most important piece of data I want to gather with this deck is how well Trickster is performing. And if it does performs well, it still keeps its seat in the deck. So we're undefeated right now. So Sticky, I don't know if you're back. What are your thoughts on Trickster so far? Since it's really hard for the person playing Trickster to have a good grasp on how good it is. All right, so we were kind of unlucky, right? Hitting the Windsinger multiple times. Did it hit anything else that was significant in your hand? Like a counter magic that transformed into something else? Or a transmogriphate that transformed into something else? Read me that game. Transform both my Crocs. Oh wow, okay. Yeah, that has to be the highlight. Trickster transforming Crocs confirmed wins. Alright, so that does make sense. So yeah, my first gut feeling about Trickster is that it's great in this list. It has its place, and with the flight, it's very annoying. So if you want to do a screenshot of the list, here it is. Resource base. It's still in progress, but I like where we're going right now. We're at 8 plus 5. It's 13. 14, 16. It's 17 sources of white, 17 sources of sapphire, and 14 sources of diamond. We're just playing, one card with double sapphire threshold, and we do have a bunch of cards with more white threshold, so I think it would be sensible to maybe shave a sapphire shard for another white shard, but I'm not sure since we do need sapphire very early in the game, more so than wild. But we've got a ton of, a ton of threshold. Threshold fixing is rarely an issue with this list so far, so I'm happy where this is list at. If you want to work on it, create improvement, that's okay. I think in total, in ladder with the list, I'm something like 9-2, 10-2, something along these lines, and the 2 losses were with worse iterations. I think where they were with early iterations, so clearly this list feels a lot better than the previous ones. I like where the reserves is going right now. I think the Dreamweaver Ancient really solidifies the list. But yeah, this is why I'm not playing Windsinger. It usually just 6 costs, play a troop, draw a card, and then it dies. It's too often like that. And I like being very proactive with ways to disrupt the opponent hand. And Trickster with Buccaneer works well. All sorts of nice things. So that list does a lot of stuff. Presents a lot of headaches. I like it. So this is my pet list so far. Now for the program, it's 9:15. We're going to review some deck lists from the Cosmic Crown Showdown. Yesterday, if you were living under a rock and you like Hex, you didn't know about it, but Season 1 of the ladder completed a few days ago. And when the ladder season ends after 2 months, there's a Cosmic Crown Showdown. It's a tournament with the top 64 players on both ladders, so limited and constructed, battling together for $5,000 in prize. So the way it works is that yesterday there was a constructed Swiss tournament. Top 8 will be battling today in a few hours for a draft, and the winner will take the crown. So that's very exciting. I have one teammate from Red Deck, which is Jeff Fuglen, which is part of the top 8. So wishing, of course, that would be my pick for the top. And Being against it, quick thought B doesn't feel like I need to remove it at first, but after a while destroy my end. That may actually be better than feeling like a big threat you need to remove. Yeah. Oh, nice. Thanks for the feedback. So now they'll be battling, and yesterday, since we had the Herofall set just, you know, was released last Wednesday, this was the first big tournament with Herofall as a constructed format. There's also the Sapphire Cup from 5 Shards today if you want to participate in. That's another great event to participate. No entry cost, lots of value, and there will be a top 8 with a draft as well. So no cost, high value is the best thing ever. If you're into constructed at all, even if you don't have Herofall's cards, go in, you might just win some packs, and the guys from 5 Shards are awesome. Give them a shout out, they deserve it. So this is what happened. So what I did is that I messaged a few of the top 8 finalists to see what kind of deck list they run, because these decks will shape the constructed meta going forward. They're, you know, high level player that gave a ton of thoughts into their decks, and this is clearly, and we have JDM Jedi with us. Welcome, sir. And this is clearly, you know, something that will shape the meta going in the next few weeks at the very least. So if you want to play constructed right now, you need to be aware of these decks. You need to be aware of the cards that are in the decks, because these will, if they become popular and successful at all, these will become the chase cards that you need to have, right? So very, very cool. And JJ is one of the finalists for the Cosmic Round Showdown today. Welcome to the stream. So Flute, well, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Welcome to the learning experience. So next in order today, we're going to review some lists from the finalists, and yeah, well, why, since you're there, you might just start with yours, sir. So let me just bring that up here, full screen notes, and then we're going to get things going. All right, so we're going to start with Mr. Jedi's list here. I believe, I don't remember which position you ended. I think you ended 3rd or 2nd, if I'm not mistaken. But that's not important. The important is top 8, and then we do the draft today. So best of luck, Mr. Jedi, in your draft. But of course, I'm going to root for my teammate. So please don't be sad about it. So 2nd, great, excellent. So this is Mr. Jedi's list. It was a Diamond Wild deck running Kagulichu as a champion. So, you know, right from the gate, we've got some very, very cool tools for blood wild decks in the Herofall. I think one of the first thing that makes this deck really works is that the addition of better resource base in Well of Ancients. You know, it providing the thresholds that we need is very key in such a list. And you'll see when we start reviewing the other cards that there's a clear tension on the thresholds required for this list to work. And having Well of Ancient really enables a list like that to live. And if you don't have it, Well of Ancient, I'm not sure that this list would even make sense. But clearly, you know, running 4 Lily Pads, 4 Well of Ancients, and 2 Shards of Ancients, that's, you know, right there is just 10 sources of both Wild and Blood, along with 7 cards split on these shards. So that's 17 sources of each threshold. That's more than enough to hit any one of the 2 threshold combination on turn 2. And this becomes a very key thing with this list. So, and you'll see why there's one lucky here. And this is the treat here. One of the key things that makes this deck really, really strong, and where this will explain a lot of the card choices here, is the Underworld Crusader here. That's just an absolute boss, really. And let me just try to see if I have this working. Image, Underworld Crusader. Alright, does that work? I don't know if it works. Oh, Oh, no, it doesn't work. Okay, I thought I had it set up, but I'll work on that. So, Underworld Crusader is a 3 cost, 1 blood threshold, 4/4, right out of the gate. 3 cost, 4/4 with only 1 threshold is very, very good. Very good value for cost. Very easy to splash. There's a minor socket, even more value on a card. And there's more. We're like in an info commercial, right? And there's more. When it dies, draw 2 cards and lose 2 life. What? What? Like, this is extreme value. Not only does it draw, it is a 3/4/1. It's a built-in 3/4/1 at the cost of 2 health. There's a minor socket that is very flexible. You know, between matches you can switch, you know, gems in. But the kicker is that there's a requirement, right? And this is not a small requirement. Deck building, you can include this in your deck only if you contains at least 10 different underworld troops. It does count as one, so you need 9 others. This is why you see here. Hey, thanks for the follow, Solid Gobi, appreciated. Welcome to the learning experience. So this is why you see, you know, these one card one-offs everywhere in the list, is to be able to hit the crucial 10 different underworld troops for the Crusader to be good. And it is very, very good. As Jadim Jedi mentions, this is Skyguard and Steadfast on the Crusader in main deck. That means that it is a big wall, and when it dies, you draw cards, so you kind of want to be blocking with this troop anyway. That's very great. If we let's look at the cards that we have more than once, right? There's the Braves that enable a turn 2 3 cost play, and the Crusader on turn 2 is just insane. There's 4 Might Singer of Ages. When you look at the list, you'll see that this is an all troop list besides 3 cards. So the chances of Might Singer hitting if there's no shard on the top is extremely high. So this works very, very well with what the list is doing. It's also a very good late game threat. And as we mentioned, we have 17 sources of wild in the shard base, along with 4 Braves that provides a wide threshold. So hitting 5 different wild threshold with this list is not a problem. You don't hit 5 wide thresholds often on turn 5 though. You do need 2 bloods usually before you go with 5 threshold, but that's still, you know, turn 7. But, you know, turn 7 Might Singer of Ages with 5 threshold is still a threat that is a must kill the first, you know, as soon as it enters play, and if not, then you're dead. So clearly, you know, high value card here, along with Crusader, lots of value in a small package that costs not a lot, so works really well. We've got 3 Herofalls, arguably best removal in the format right now, although you do need to have 2 blood threshold to play it, but if you do, destroy target opposing troop, then void each opposing troop with the same name in hands and deck. The troop targeted by Herofall goes to the crypt. It's not voided, so that's important. But if there's, you know, if your opponent is playing 4 of cards, they will sometime have another copy in hand, and if you Herofall the copy in play, it will remove the copy in their hand. So a small portion of the time, Herofall is destroy a troop, make them discard. The part where it voids card from the deck is mostly irrelevant, but if you're playing a long attrition game, which this deck is clearly able to do, then being able to remove threats from their deck tends to give you a small edge in the long game. So very, very efficient card here. And of course, you know, for Hierophant, for Vampire King, these cards have proven time and time again they're extremely high value for their cost. Very, very efficient cards here that tends to run really well. So Jadim Jedi, which gems were you running main deck for the Hierophant? Since you're running Steadfast and Skyguard in this guy, I mean, it might just be Crush and I guess it's not Ramp. So Crush and can't be blocked. +3 and unblockable on Hierophant. +3. Unblockable is a minor. Okay, you sacrifice something and it gets +3. Got it. Got it. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And then it just grows bigger. And it's a very big evasive threat that it's hard to deal with. And of course, 3 Krakazors. Again, 3 for 1. So when you look at the list, right, you see cards that have very, very high value. 3, 2, and sometimes 4 for 1. So Krakazors, Vampire King, Hierophant, Crusaders, Herofall, very efficient. Might Singer of Ages, very, very good card, packs a lot of value. You know, these cards tends to eat or generate more cards than than you have spent for them. So lots of high value cards. And when you look at the one-off, we're not talking about, you know, bad one-off for Underworld, right? Wakizashi Busher is a removal. There's also a Monsoon, so you can play the game of, you know, making your opponent guess which one it is, which great. Monsoon with any of these threats, bring them back, it's just insane. This is Rider. If you have anything in the crypt which you're playing Kagulichu, you might just have Scrounge 2. When this interplay, each opposing champion sacrifices a troop. The format right now, the meta tends to go very wide most of the time, so this just eats their worst troop. But the fact that it's a 2/3 flyer is pretty relevant. It's an evasive troop. It can also block small flyer as well. It blocks Vampire Princess and Vampire Prince, which is relevant in the format. So very cool card. Even though it's an uncommon, it does pull its weight, right? Exarch of the Egg, just, you know, dead touch troop that just blocks. I'm pretty sure this is great. And if there's a lot of ground combat that happens, I might see also that this list plays something like the new command troop that is 2/1 for 3 dead touch that has Crunch 3 that can become a 5/4. That could be another thing, right? Yeah, I did. It was working this morning, so I don't know why it's not working now. Let me just test it. Image, burn. Should be working. It was displaying just before I started the stream. It's just, but yeah, it worked. It did work. I don't know why it's not working now, but it did work. All right, so and this is the list, right? So lots of interesting choices. Sensei draws a card. Acolyte just ramps and provides some dreadlings. Again, there's a few scrounge cards in the list, so that does make sense to have more dreadlings, even though you don't want to go out of your way to get them. We've covered the one Embusher, one Balthazar. There's a lot of decently sized troop, goes really, really well with Balthazar. And of course, Pav Yazukan, as an insurance policy, just, you know, destroys a card. It can be anything. It can be a constant, an artifact, anything. So great, a lot of value, right? It's just value town. This list is just value town. It's not necessarily the fastest list, but it's pretty fast. I mean, it's more, you know, on the aggro / mid-range scale, aggro / control scale, and the middle being mid-range. This deck is, you know, it's mid-range, but it's a bit closer to being aggressive, right? It's not mid-range being closer to be controlled. This is clearly an aggressive list, all troops list. The one thing that it doesn't want the opponent to be playing is Mass Polymorph Dangler, since it's 100% it, besides a few Herofalls. So yeah, good cards, that deck, and we'll see that there's a lot of this in the Cosmic Showdown. The reason for it is just that they printed so many good cards, just cards on their own that are just good, and then you just, you know, bunch them together and you have your big mid-range deck with a lot of value. And even if you're playing against like Extinction, right, or Counter Magic, this is very, very close to, this plays the same way as the list I was playing before on stream, the Diamond Sapphire Wild list, in the sense that it just prints proactive threats. There's a few removal, and there's a bunch of troops that does interact with what your opponent is doing. Yeah, who knew what Bloodwhite would be good, right? This was, I think, with Herofall, and then there's the reserve, very, very important, integral part of the list here. So for Connosaurus, 4 Clocodons, a lot of respect for the aggressive decks. Carnosaurus being able to deal with opposing Might Singer is very important as well. Against control decks, if there would have been any, Vampire Princess is fairly great. If you can sneaking a Yazukan, this guy, you can't have it live on the board. So, and it has Life Drain as well, so for grindy matchups, great card to have. Rotten Rancor as a catch-all. I'd be interested to know, Jedi, when did you sign in the Rancor? Against which deck did you sign in the Rancor? That would be cool. And of course, Groove Warden, just to steal all artifacts and constant as a catch-all against constant deck, and also against the dwarf deck, and there were a bunch in the other big wild deck. That makes a lot of sense. And Warden just, you know, wrecks the blood constant deck. It wrecks the dwarves deck. It's also a when it enters play effect. So even if they kill the Warden, you still get to take all their constant and artifacts and transform them into seed pods, which is extremely good. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And actually, I think I'm just going to replace one of the Champazors in my list to run a Grove Warden. I like this option a lot. This is not something I considered, but yeah, I'm just clicking it on here. Grove Warden instead of Chump. That makes a lot of sense. One card that I'm not seeing in this list that could have been great, and I don't know, maybe you can give us your thoughts for that card in the list, is the Haunted Cry, that with Scrounge 1 draw 2 cards and lose some health, if I'm not mistaken. I know you do have, you know, ton of value cards, so you don't necessarily need that much card draw, but it is hard to fit though. You need, when you're playing that many troops, it's extremely hard to fit. So, but still, you see that, you know, the shard base is you know, 17 very flexible, and there's just a lot of value. This is just a good, strong, mid-range, aggressive list. Yeah, that does make sense. Alright, so that was the list here. So JD, before we go on to the next list, did you add you know, matchups or list that you didn't want to face with that list? Was there an archetype that you tested that you know, made you say, well, if I fight this one, I might just be, you know, I might I might not be favored to win, but I don't expect this to be run a lot, and we're going to run with it, kind of thing? That would be my last question before we go on the next one. But I do love the list. It packs a ton of value, and it's just strong cards. Might Singer, very, very strong new tools. The Crusader, just insane value. You know, Herofall, being able to play Herofall and Vampire King is just great as well. There's not a lot to say against this list. Winter Moon will probably be tough, and Close Coffin would be tough. Yeah. Close Coffin tends to, yeah, against a list full of troops, Close Coffin is kind of a big deal. One week ago, more anti-aggro. Oh, that certainly served you well in this tournament anyway. But that's a nice list here. And I believe Kind Mind is your teammate, right? Was running pretty much the same list with a very small difference. Also made the top 8. So, you know, when you have two very similar lists making the top 8, you know that the deck is good. It does need, you do need skill and luck to be able to achieve top 8, but to have two identical lists, more or less identical, that makes the top 8, that's a testament to the deck builders behind it. And it's the same shard base, it's the same card main deck. I believe there's a small difference in the reserves. This list runs 2 less Clockadon for 2 Prowlers. And I think going forward, I like... it destroyed me with a 2 card difference too. Yeah, the Prowlers are insanely good right now in the format. Not only will you continue to see the Hierophants, there will be a ton of Crusaders, there's Trickster, and if you're playing against the Diamond Crusader deck, Ardent Crusader deck, there's also the Defender there. There's not a lot of short combinations that don't run troops with sockets right now. So being able to play Blood and have Prowlers in the list is extremely good. And it's a Void effect, so it doesn't trigger on death. So it's clean interaction with the Crusaders. I think that going forward, I wouldn't be surprised to see Blood list running 4 Prowlers in the reserves. It's that good. And even if you don't get to use a one-shot, it's still, you know, it's still a 3/3 for 4, which is not too bad. And it is an underworld troop, so might even be running 1 main deck and like 3 in the reserves. Kind of deal. But I don't see a lot of lists without cards with sockets. That is a big difference, and Prowler certainly pulls weight here. I love the Yazuken in the list just to grind out even a bit more. And Clockadon is great, but it was mainly against the util decks of this world. And now that we have known lists, maybe the util deck builders will be able to adapt their lists. But you know, a list like that presents such high power threat so quickly that I feel even, you know, the new util lists will have to run like 4 main deck tendrils just to be able to work with this. Yeah, the Prowler voiding Saga troops is just so great. The one thing you need to take into account while playing a Crusader list, either the Ardent on the Underworld version, is that when you're reserving, you cannot remove the one-offs Underworld troop, because if you do and you get below 10 Underworld troop in your list, you cannot run the Crusaders. So there's not a lot of room to work with compared to other lists. So what you will usually see is taking 4 of one card and then replacing it with 4 of another card most of the time. The cards that are not Underworld also are prime targets for switch in the reserves. So Crocosaurus, Balthazar, and the Braves, although I don't see the Braves coming out that often. There's a few Underworld troops in the reserves, so it's not that, you know, we have one. We have Yazukan and we have Prowlers here, so that does, you know, give you a bit more room to work with. But we only have looked at the Blood Warded from JD the Jedi and the Kind Mayhem, his teammate, and looking at the difference. And my guess would be the only thing going forward that I would change is just have 3 to 4 Prowlers in the 75. I think that would be very sensible, and maybe another Warden. From what I played in the ladder so far, since Herofall has came out, when you encounter, you know, either artifacts or constant, there's a bunch, so that does make sense. Okay, so next deck we go with let's go with the other Crusader deck, and this is Jeff Hoogland's list. That Pencha Chills was also running it. This is another Crusader deck, but it is an Ardent Crusader deck, so this is as close as you can be to Mono Diamond as possible without being it. So if we look at the list, we have the 4 Crusaders here, and we're going with Josefina as the champion, you know, 4 Escort, 3 Martyrs, 3 Island Shinobis, 3 Defender, 4 War Party Guide to draw a card. So this is more or less the place. You know, this is the Might Singer of Aegis counterpart in the Diamond list, in the Ardent Crusader list. 3 Williams, 1 Freebooter, 1 Tactician, 3 Hero of Legends, and 3 Silver Talent. So you see in this list, there's a lot more 3-ofs because of Ardent has a higher number of high-quality troops to play with if you're playing aggressive. So that makes, you know, there's only 2 1-ofs. So that's a good argument for this list. It's more consistent than the Underworld one. It's also a lot easier on the thresholds here. It's mainly mono diamond. So you can run a lot of things. Another great thing about this list, look at the removal suits. We've got 7 removal spell, and we've got 7 removal spell that doesn't send the target to the crypt. So when facing other Crusaders, you can remove them without triggering them, amongst other things, right? If you're facing Wild, you can easily remove a Radwood Master Moss without any issue. And there's a ton of stuff that not fitting the crypt right now is a big deal, I feel. There's Crunch, there's Winter Moon, there's a ton of things that can, go in the crypt for value. And having a removal set that really pushes forward, the Void part is very great. Another thing to mention, in terms of value, Silver Talent Educator, extremely good for value here. The gems of choice were Protectory Defender with the Major Diamond of Ardent, which when it attacks, it readies all Ardent troops and gives them +1/+1, and all the troops are Ardent. So it's a anthem effect for the ones that comes from the Magic Barrel. It's just a +1/+1 to everything when it attacks. So very, very great. When War Party Guard attacks, you reveal a card from the top of your deck. If it's a troop, you draw it. Sorry, Shinobi, when you gain a diamond threshold, when you gain a charge, any threshold, when you gain a charge, you exhaust a troop. So the Viandas cards, 2/1 for 1, pay 1, sacrifice this, put another troop you control into your hand, can make your key cards dodge removal, dodge Crocosaurs, chump block, and goes back to your hand to get more come into play triggers like Silver Talent Adjudicator and William Rowan. The 2 1-offs also are used to remove blockers. So this is a very, very strong aggressive. This is a list that wants to play a 2-drop on turn 2, a 3-drop on turn 3, and then remove whatever you're playing that would block these troops, and then go from there, win from there. This is where you're going with this list. This is a lot more aggressive than the Underworld Crusader list, a lot more low to the ground. This is clearly an aggressive list. It's not a mid-range list, but there's a decent amount of staying power. Crusader, when it dies, the Ardent one creates 2 Phantoms, and they're into play. If you're able to push a decent amount of damage early in the game, the 2 Phantoms might just be what you need. Silver Talent Adjudicator provides a lot of value, and it's also Flight Troop. If you manage to snatch a few Valors from Hero of Legion, you can, make these small flight troops even bigger. You can make, Rowan attack being invincible. That's great. At some point you get Rowan and you just win. So this is the aggressive, very, very aggressive, Ardent Crusader list. From the reserves, we have a few Transmogrifates and Pricefall. Pricefall for the big wild decks. Purify for any decks that would play Banes, eggs into your deck, or any Prophecy deck. So a lot of respect here for them. 3 Soothing Breeze, again, respect for the Util or the Burn lists, as we've seen in the Blood Wild decks. Lots of respect for the Burn lists in the reserves choices. Another Adjudicator, good for against Burn decks, good for grindy matchups, good in a lot of matchups, I gotta say. And the MVP of this list is Clash of Steel. Each champion chooses a card they control, void all non-chosen cards. This is very, very, very good in such a list. As I said, you want to present 1 or 2 threats on turn 1 and turn 2, and then you attack, and if they clog the board with blockers and then you can't attack anymore, you just Clash of Steel, and all of a sudden you have your best troop, and then on your turn you remove their blocker and you start attacking again. Another very great thing with Clash of Steel, there's 3 Martyrs on the list. If you Martyr your opponent's card, and then you Clash of Steel, they have to choose between keeping the monument or one of their troops. So you're kind of mitigating the downside of Martyr, and Martyr without downside is just the best removal in the game ever. So very great Clash of Steel. You bring them in when you're playing against Big Wild. You bring the Clash of Steel when you're playing against the Diamond Wild Crusader list. Again, this is Void effect. This is not Destroy effect, so nothing is going into the crypt. Monsoon is not triggered. The Crusaders are not triggered as well. There's recurring effect from the crypt are not triggered. This is very strong. Good morning, Stay. Welcome to the stream. Very strong list here. Transmog Buffet again deals with threats, don't trigger when die effect. Very important here. Very strong reserve base. If you want to have quick wins in the ladder right now, this list is perfect. Very low to the ground, a lot cheaper than the Blood Wide list. The other list runs Vampire King. The Crusaders are not cheap. Guardian Rum is not cheap. Hero of Legion is not cheap, but the rest are all rares. That doesn't fetch a big price. And Josephine is just MVP. Even if you Clash of Steel and you don't have removal, you can remove their blocker for one attack. And if you didn't use your champion power in your late game, you can lock something for 2 turns, and that's usually enough to kill someone. Very strong champion. Adjudicator. What's the price on Adjudicator? Do we have price Adjudicator? Does that work? Yeah, it's at 240. Acting, it's not cheap, but it's not a chase rare either. Let's just hero price, hero of legend. Hero of Legends fetch 1000 platinum. Price William Rowan. Oh, it's 480 right now. Yeah, maybe people catched up and snapped the Adjudicator from the AIH. I mean, as soon as they previewed Adjudicator, everyone knew that this was constructed playable with maybe a price outdated. Double Worker Pro Spy. Okay, that works. That works fine. So yeah, this is not a cheap list either, but these cards work really well together, very low to the ground. And this is another list that tends to go wide. So right now, these 2 lists, and shout out to set designers, engineers from X Entertainment. They created a set, Herofall, that's about the conflict between Ardent and Underworld. And the first big tournament with this set in constructed, we see the 2 biggest breakout decks being an Underworld-centric deck and an Ardent-centric deck. This is just crazy. This is the essence of the conflict right there in constructed, following through with the story of the set. Providing the players with incentive to play these archetypes, and it works. It works really well. We see that the Crusader card, extremely good value for cost. Ardent, Silver Talon Adjudicator, extremely good value for cost. And then we have these other cards that are extremely good value for cost. And it's no wonders that we're playing these archetypes here. And there will be many more lists with Crusaders in the futures, I can tell you that. These cards are very strong. Yeah, the sockets we use is Setfax Cargo. Oh, that's for your list, right? Dark Art is another consideration since the list does plays 7 Sagat troops, but Dark Art is it's for the grindy game, and this deck is not grindy at all. as Jeff was mentioning on his stream, when you're playing against White, you kind of, you know, transition into a bad control deck, but it does work. It does work. So another Crusader list, very efficient low to the ground, a bit quicker in putting some threats on the board. If I'd have to pick a winner between the Underworld Crusader list that we just reviewed and this Ardent Crusader list we just reviewed, I would pick the Kind Minds list just because of the 2 Gemstone Prowler. They're just so good at dealing with the Crusaders, but this list running so many, you know, more removal that just don't, you know, trigger dead effects. Really strong. It's hard. This is 2 Titans battling together, and this is why I love this set so far. Look at these lists. They're perfectly representing what the set is about and what the game is about right now. This is just crazy to me. Very cool design, well executed. Hit the ball to the park right there, out of the park. Just very good sets. We have one last list to review, and this was BKYD's list. He also made top 8, will be participating in the CoachFliperon showdown today. Let's see if we have him in the stream right now. We don't. That's a shame, would have been great. But he did provide me with some pointers to his list. Oh no, and we even have another list to review after that, so that, hang in there, we have another list after that. So his list was a Knight's Bane OVO list. This is a Valor centric list, so the shard base here I feel is a bit ambitious. We're saying 4 cobblestones, 4 Shard of Conquest, 3 innovation, 3 purples. So we've got 10 shards with 01 resource, no temporary resource generation. We've got 7 wells. That's a ton of well. You don't want to play that many, because if your starting end is 2 wells and a bunch of cards, it's not a playable end, because the wells won't provide any threshold. You need to already have threshold. So I feel like just looking at the resource base, this clearly needs to a lot of love, a lot of work. 7 wells is very high, and I feel like this should cut at least, you know, 4 of these for Shard Prism. Primal Prisms that just provide any thresholds. That will just make the list stronger and a bit more, you know, forgiving about the well of the 2 wells here. But nonetheless, you know, he was able to top 8 with it, so that does require a decent amount of luck for each of these participants. But ambitious shard base here. Let's just see what the deck was packing, and there's a lot of interesting choice here. So again, 4 Ardent Crusaders. So we're now out of the top 8 lists, and I only have 5 of the list, but I'm not, you know, 4 of the 8 lists that of the 5 lists that we know from the top 8 were running Crusaders. So that has to tell you something right there. So we see 4 Ardent Crusaders, the Ardent troops that we're running here, 2 Valiant Escorts, 1 Frost Mage, 1 Rowan, 1 Trickster, 4 Hero of Legions, 1 Elder of Lost Ages, 2 Moonrise Elders, and 4 Out of Embers. Really, Out of Ember is the one closing the games most of the time with this list. You want to be generating Valor, then you hit with Out of Ember and start, you know, doing 3 damage wherever you want to win games with. This is how the list goes. In terms of actions, we see, you know, 3 Transmog Your Fate, pretty standard. 1 Hereafter. He is playing Knight's Bane OVO, so brings back something from the crypt, reverts it. It's like a raise dead effect. Essentially a rise again for 1 at quick. There's 2 Mind Call to reduce the cost of 2 cards in your hand by 1. He doesn't run a lot of 2-drops, so that makes sense that on turn 1 you play Mind Call, and on turn 2 you play one of the 3-drops. or you know, a 2-cost discombobulate. I do, you know, there's a decent reasoning behind it, and you can make your 4 drops 3 costs, which makes a big difference. So it's a RAM card for 2 cards, but then again, if you're playing, you know, cards like Howling Braves, right? Over the course of a game, you will accelerate 1, 2, or 3 cards before it becomes mostly irrelevant. So having Mind Call accelerating 2 cards is not that bad when you know, think about it that way as an accelerator. You know, of course, Brave being a troop does create a lot of value, a lot of additional value over Mind Call, but that does make a bit sense here to accelerate the deck, because it's a bit slow. Cleansing Touch again, revert a card and then create a Valor into your hand if it's your card, works decently well with Ovo, and this is a Valor centric list. So Cleansing Touch and Erafter here to bring things from the crypt. We see even more recursion from the crypt with the Ozawa's Wish here on the 2 copies. Put target artifact constant or troop with cost 3 or less from your crypt into play. Again, the highest costed troop in this list are 4 cost troops. And Mind Call, you know, change them to be permanently 3 cost, therefore being able to get back with Ozawa's Wish. So there's a decent, you know, recurring theme going on here. There's some neat interaction. Ozawa's Wish being able to retrieve Ardent Crusader is a big deal as well. We've got, you know, Elder of Lost Ages just to wrap up the Ardent troops. 3 Infinitrix, which seems to be great. Working well with all the different threats that there are in this list. Could make for a very, very strong comeback. Life Drain with Herofall and the gem rotation has become a very rare commodity. Gaining health is very rare commodity, so playing you know, Iron Infinitrix here is a big deal. Although this list is playing Diamond and Sapphire, I don't understand why it's not playing Adjudicator instead of Infinitrix. There's even, you know, Adjudicator is an Ardent troop. It enables Crusaders, so I at least, you know, just trade Elder of Lost Ages for 1 Adjudicator. But clearly I would just, you know, trade these 3 cards for 4 Adjudicator, and I feel that the list would just be better. Discombobulate is a weird choice as well. I feel that this list could easily run some. It's close to being Mono Diamond. It could run, you know, Bring to Justice, Martyr, more Pricefall. Pricefall mainly is a bit of a hit and miss. If you expected a lot of Crusader, Pricefall does deal with them, although they do trigger on Crypt effect, so that's a bit of a pain. Maybe more running around, but I feel that these, you know, these cards here, choices could have been better with more Adjudicators and you know, better suited removal for the expected meta. But it's hard to judge a list when you don't have the expectation that we're used to build a list, right? If you know, if this player expected it to be a bit slower meta and you know, less AV removal, so I guess the Infinitrix makes you know, a slower list makes sense, and a more ambitious shard bait makes sense, but clearly not suited to fight against the either of the 2 other Crusader lists. Wrapping things up, we've got Art of Ember, just MVP, clearly constructed playable card here. 4 cost 3/4. When this enters play, create a Valor, put it into your hand. When you play a Valor, deal 3 damage to target opposing champion or troop. Extremely strong card. We've got 2 Moonshine Elders. When they come into play, create a Valor for each Ardent troop you have. So if you have 2 or 3 and plus this guy, you get 4. And then you can just kill in 1 turn an opponent with Art of Embers there. So the Valor Diamond Ruby list, I feel we'll see something nice coming out of the woodwork with that. I love this. I love this idea a lot. I don't think there will be Sapphire in the list though. I think it will be much lower to the ground. You know, if we look at the Jeff Uglin's list, for instance, I think that this list here could absolutely be trading the Adjudicator for Art of Embers, and these 2 for Ruby cards, and just be even more aggressive and provide some very real reach to the list. I think this could be another very cool iteration. And the nice thing with this change is that it doesn't hurt the reserves as much, and you just go with more aggressive cards in Ruby, and there's a ton. So I got the deck list by asking the actual players to for their list yesterday. Jeff posted his list. GDM Jedi posted his list. Kind Mime, I did ask him directly. The BKYD's list, I asked him directly, and I believe Identikit posted his list as well. So interesting list. There's a lot of cool ideas, but I feel that out of the list that we have to review today, this is the less powerful list. It feels like there's a lot of tension between multiple directions, where the deck builders wanted to have reach, wanted to play Ardent Crusader, yet there's definitely strong interaction here at the core, but I feel like he missed a lot of things that were important for him to succeed. However, he was able to succeed, so, who am I to criticize this list this too much, right? The one thing that I really dislike about the list is the shard base. We can criticize the card choices a lot, but that shard base to me is wrong. He had to have above average luck with the shard base to reach the top 8. I feel, and it might just be a testament to his skill as a player, though, being able to compensate with very tight plays. But I feel that this list this shard bait puts him at a disadvantage in the top 8. If it would be top 8 constructed today, I would not favor this list to be winning the crown. Oh wow! Thanks a lot, Elwins. Do you have the list somewhere? I would be interested to see the list, and maybe we can review them. The fact that there's a util list in the top 8 really, I'm really happy with this. Util just became better with set 5, and that does make a lot of sense to see a util list there. And a mono Ruby list also makes a ton of sense. There's and this is why you see here in the reserves there's not a lot of respect. There's no respect at all for burn list besides maybe a Binding Light. Hey, Tilly369, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Welcome to the learning experience. I don't see a lot of respects for the util and the burn list of this world in this list, in the reserves list as well. I feel that the reserves are, all over the place. I love the 2 Prize Fall. I love the 2 Glory. Very great. And 2 Glories with a list that is less concentrated on the 2 drops does make sense, since it doesn't affect the Art of Amber, Elders, Hero of Legion, Crusader of this world. It does remove the Elder of Lost Ages and the Infinitrace though. So that's a bit of a weird mix. But Glory will be in more Diamond Dex reserves going forward, as we've seen so far. Oh, nice. Those guys, yeah. So we had 5 lists out of the 8, and we know that outside of these there was 1 util player and 1 mono Ruby player. So that's a good layout of the format. Last list we have to review is Identikit's list. Also, teammate Ducklet was running the same list as well. This is a player that comes from the limited side of the pound, but packs a very strong constructed list here. And when we saw the Vampire Prince, a lot of people, and Herofall, a lot of people expected to have a more of a mid-range / control-y mono blood list, and this is clearly it here. Lots of great interactions, shard base, very simple, 20 blood shards, 4 star spheres, great in such a list enables selection, and that's really key. This list really relies on vampires, so we see the full set of vampires main deck, 4 princesses, 4 princesses, 4 kings, along with 2 ghast. Removal suit here, very efficient removal for the meta, 2 Rodcasts, 4 Herofalls, 4 extinction. Can easily deal with the true base decks, aggressive decks. The top 8 lists were not posted. I requested them from the players that were kind enough to provide them to me, and also some of the players did share them on Twitter and on different media, so this is where I gathered these lists. So we see the removal suit very, very strong. We see 2 Exarch of the Egg with Death Touch on the ground, very important in this meta, with a lot of ground troops and a lot of Crusaders. Rounding up the cards here, main deck, 4 Corpse Flies and 3 Arachnophobia, just to make sure to control a ball. The cherry on the cake, the MVP on the list, Xentot's Malice. Really, really great card. And you might look at this list and you see, why the hell are we playing Xentot's Malice in a list where there's no Spiders generation besides 2 Exarch of the Egg and 3 Arachnophobias? And this is where the beauty of this list comes from. We're playing Zorath, Bloodspinner Zorath, which creates a Dread Banner. A Dread Banner is a constant that creates 1 Dreadlings every turn and put it into play. The ghast was speed and intimidation, so can't be blocked by troops with less power than this. So as you can see, lots of evasive attacker that provides some life gain, and there's Dreadling creation. So and there's a lot of troops that dies because of the suit of removal that this list is packing. So Gallows Ghast, for the ones that are not familiar with it, when a troop dies, any troop, any side, your opponent's troop, your troops, it gets +1/+1 if it's your hand. So it tends to be extremely big by the time you play it. So that list just hold the ground with a ton of removal, grind the games out with life gain with the vampires. Use Xentot's Malice to put some eggs into the opposing decks with the health that you gain from the vampire. At some point mid-game, you activate Bloodspinner Zorath, you start gaining Dreadlings, which you can sacrifice to gain 2 health and draw a card. At that point, you've got another health gain engine going. Very great against aggressive decks. And then you start drawing cards and gaining health, using your health to put Dreadlings in your opponent deck. So this is a win condition on its own, alongside with the vampires that gain a ton of health. And if that's not enough, very late, once you have troops dying every turn, at some point you just attack with a Gallows Ghast that is like 18-18, 10-10, 9-9, and it out of nowhere for 9 damage and just steal a game like that. So very, very strong list here. Does a lot of great things, able to grind out games very, very long time. And when you look at the reserves, there's a lot of very interesting choices here. Withering Touch against the decks that are sporting either removal for the ghast or just interrupts. Chaos Key, a lot of and a Noxious Glory and a Dishonorable Death. So you see a lot of respect for Crusaders and troops that have effects when dying. So that's why you see a ton of cards that void cards. Very, very important in the expected meta. And you see that these decks that were able to get into the top 8 clearly identify that the Crusaders and the Undead effect will be a key part of the meta, and using cards on the crypt with Scrounge would be a key part of the meta. And we're packing a lot of stuff that voided cards, voided troops, instead of just things that destroy troops, and that is a key part of the meta. 2 Rodcasts for the very, meta-packed cards that cost 3 or less that are very, very efficient. Rodcast is just straight up MVP. It destroys 70% of the big threats of the meta that we reviewed in the list so far. So extremely good removal in Mono Blood list. We have the voiding cards. We've got more kill, more removal if needed. One Runas, always great. You're putting a ton of things in the opposing crypt with the base deck. So in the blood matchups and the grindy decks, Runas does make sense. This I love it so much. Steel Intel, new card, 2 cost, 1 blood threshold, basic action. It's a rare. Target card in an opposite crypt, its threshold become blood, put that card into your hand. Scrounge 2, gain 2 resources. That's so great in grindy matchups. You just steal one of their best card that you just removed, and you gain 2 thresholds. You gain 2 resources, so you can play it right there. So this card is just free most of the time. You just steal their best card in the crypt, and you just play it. That's insanely good card for control deck. You will see this card in a lot of blood decks in the future. Very cool. The one thing that I'm a bit skeptical on is the Chaos Keys. I feel that they could have been something else. Maybe just more copies of Dishonorable Death at that point. The advantage of Chaos Key is that it cannot be interrupted once it's on the board. But, you know, it does provide the information that it is on the board, so I'm not too keen on the keys there. I love the Withering Touches. I love the Glory. As an additional cost to play this, sacrifice a troop, white age troop with attack 2 or less. There's a bunch of aggressive troops in the format right now that are 2 attack or less. The Crusader are not, but a lot of cards that goes with the Crusader are, and this is a void effect. So, the 3-bar, how are you doing today, sir? And yes, the Chaos Keys does help to deal with constants, which is a bit hard to deal with in Blood as well. So, a lot of informed choices, very strong list, well-rounded list, lots of removal, lots of evasive threats. All the threats are evasive besides Exart, but this is not a threat, so everything else is evasive. There's a ton of life gain. This deck wins the late game. The late game hands down against true base decks as well. Tons of great things here, and it's not a surprise to see a list like that to make it to the top 8, and lots of neat interaction in the reserves. Great list. I love it. Makes a lot of sense, and utilizing Champion Zorat to power Xenot's Matis, you will see more of that in the future. That is extremely strong interaction. Xenot's Matis was already identified when it was spoiled as a very strong constructed card. Was never played because we didn't have the enablers needed. But now that we have champions that can create on-demand spiders to be able to be sacrificed and gaining health, just crazy. I wouldn't be able to see another blood wide list playing Shoku as a champion to generate spiders for the Xenot's Matis instead of Zorat. If there's enough other incidental Dreadling creation with things like Dread Harvest, for instance, that might just be a thing for Bloodwine as well. Doing great. So we've got a ton of nice lists to review this morning. Again, this wrapping up the 5th list that I have for today. Elwin's mentioned in the chat that among the other 3 participants of the top 8, there was 1 neutral list and 1 mono Ruby burn list. So pretty much everything that most players expected in the Cosmic Round Showdown. The one list that I personally was expecting to see having great success, but maybe the last 8 player that we don't have was playing, is a Diamond Sapphire control list with Banks, playing the Adjudicator for value, playing the Elduran's Glory for even more value, board wipes. But it's a hard choice right now. The problem with Banks right now is that there's so many voids effect that it's hard to have something in the crypt from your opponent removing your troops. It more likely comes from you putting troops in your crypt, and if you're playing Sapphire and Diamond, it's not likely going to happen unless you're playing Change Course and maybe another few cards. So, but there's a ton of work. So now we have the ground, we have the base, of our new constructed meta with Herofall. And from what we've seen so far, there's a lot of aggression. There's a lot of proactiveness to the meta. So if you want to tussle with a meta like that, you need to be proactive. You need to be disruptive, and you need to be able to withstand a constant assault of threats. You know, if you want to be playing control, I feel that you have to be playing blood. It's really hard to play diamond non-blood based control right now in a meta like that. Maybe we'll see a very heavy fog deck, you know, a fog list against, you know, a control list that would ignore the troops on the board would be fairly good in a meta like that. Which is basically saying ignoring, you know, 40% of the opponent's deck. So that could be a thing, but the decks right now are pushing a lot of pressure on your health, so you need to be able to answer that in kind, and it's very hard to swing games. There's a lot of aggression in the format right now, so be ready if you enter the ladder in the next few days. That will... Nirvana was playing Pathfinder. That's interesting. There's a lot of new, very great tool for Pathfinder, so definitely something to check out. We've also seen the one thing that is missing from this top list was a Prophecy burn deck, and Prophecy was bugged for this tournament. So the interaction between the Seer and the Elder was not working. So basically, if you add a line that draws a card on a card and then add the line that card copies it, it doesn't draw a card from the copy, and that's a significant problem for the Prophecy decks right now. But once this is fixed, a Prophecy deck just got better with this set, so expect to see more Prophecy decks. Although there's a new card that does answer some amount of the Prophecy decks that are doing in the card Purify, which we've seen out of the Jeff Hoogland's reserves here. Void all Banes, revert all cards in decks, draw cards. So this is a clear counter to the Prophecy burn decks. But maybe we'll see other Prophecy based decks going around. There's certainly the basis of a very strong Sapphire Blood based deck that runs Psychic Ascension. That's great. Now that there's a known meta, the control decks will start, you know, coming out of the woodwork and start roaming, and at some point we'll see control decks really shining in the meta. But you know, of course, it was expected to not see real control lists out of the top 8. One, you know, the list that more, you know, leans toward control is the Vampire list, but it's not a typical control list per se. It's just a mid-range list that just runs a ton of removal, and that does have late game threat with Malice, but that's not, you know, a dedicated control list per se. What's helping Pathfinder? There's a ton of efficient, you know, proactive answers right now. We didn't get any Prophecy triggers, but we've got Alt. We've got a ton of efficient removal in Diamond as well with Bring to Justice. That's a list that runs a ton of actions. So Psychic Ascension is a card that, you know, as an alternate win condition in a list like that is really great. It's also a list that tends to ignore the board, which can be very, very good in a meta where there's a lot of cards, you know, a lot of threats in the form of troops. So there's a few things there that helps the Pathfinder list, but definitely, you know, it's still very hard to pull off. There's even more interaction with it in the set 5 as well. We've got more efficient quick removal in Herofall. So we've got more bounce spells with Crackling Tide, which is perfectly playable in Constructed. Although, you know, Pathfinder list running Alt is a big deal to be able to deal with, you know, people trying to interact with the combo. So that's why I'm saying Pathfinder just got a decent amount of new tools that it can work with easily. One thing that we don't see in the top 8 in terms of aggressive list that is clearly feasible right now is a Blood Ruby list. We've seen a few during the coverage from Aki of the CCS event, and I'm pretty sure we'll see more in the future. There's a ton of aggression that can be made with that. That makes a lot of sense. Tons of stuff, and there's even the a blood diamond aggressive list that could be made as well. So we've seen, you know, we've seen lists running what, upwards of like 26, 28 troops, even 30, 31 troops. So maybe there's even a list that plays both Crusaders on the 4 copies. That would be interesting. A Blood Diamond Crusader list. I don't think that's doable right now. We don't have enough playables for that. But coming into 6-6, that might just be something possible. Yeah, Diamond instead of Ruby. We saw a very interesting list in the coverage that was a Nineveh list that was playing Prophecy. So instead of playing Megbombus, playing Nineveh with a lot of actions that provide charges, and at some point you just draw 2 cards a turn, and you're playing Rage Fires, you're going to hit them when you're drawing 2 cards a turn, right? So very interesting list that was played as well. The Ruby Sapphire list also gained Robomancer with 2 gems that create actions, so can clearly grind out the late game with these. Lots of nice stuff. The space for deck construction right now is so wide, it's just crazy. Lots of thing variable. This is, if you like playing Constructed in the TCG and you're just trying X, you're going to be in for a treat. This is just crazy good. There's a lot of space to just put flavor in your deck as well. Go with what you like. Again, I myself this morning, maybe I just wrapped this up by reviewing the deck that I've been running in the ladder with great success right now. Is this Silver Age deck, banking on Adjudicator and Might Singer of Ages and some Dreamweaver Ancient to put some pressure back on the opponent and deal with the threat. The MVP often is the Trickster. I feel that this is a card you'll see a lot more in the future. Very great at handling, at putting incentive for your opponent to just dump inside on the board, and you can interact with it with a lot of things. There's a lot of key cards that could be switched around very easily. These Master Moss could easily be Hierophants as well, like +2 defense and Steadfast and Skyguard would be great. The Crow Feather can be switched to something else depending on what the meta throws at us. The having access to Diamond and Sapphire brings in a lot of interactions, so the Transmogrifates could be a lot of different things as well. And there's just a ton of options. This playing these 3 shards provides a lot of flexibility, and this is why I like with this one. If we see a lot of card draw in the meta, we just put shrines into this list, and it's not too bad. So that's the thing, right? Shrine is a definitive, once we knew that no Prophecy Burn would be in the list, shrines were not included in the reserves, mainly because the list that we saw were very aggressive. So if you spend your time drawing cards, you're not going to win against a list that puts a ton of pressure early in the game. So that's why you didn't see shrines in most of the lists, but this list here is a lot more grindy. So I could definitely see some shrines being in the reserves as well, going there. And you need and if there's a decent amount of util in the format, need a lot more respect from the reserves for util players than just one Soothing Breeze here. That's for sure. So this wraps up the constructed review for the CSS and the ladder right now. with that, you should have a very good overview of what to expect in the constricted ladder right now, in the higher hand. I did test change course in the list. I really loved it. Works well with Winter Moon. Helps getting the threshold. But at some point, you know, I needed to find space for more threats. Often I found that I was getting behind and I wasn't able to get back from that just with change course. I love the Arcane Focus because it's a turn 1 or turn 2 that just fixes threshold, and that works really well as a 1-cost action. But I wouldn't play change course in this list over Arcane Focus because of the fact that we're playing three shards, three different shards, and the resource space is tricky at best. So you know, having a 1-cost way to try and find the right cards is really key. But change course does make sense. If I'd want to add change course right now, I think I would just remove the 2 Crow Feather and run 2 change course on top of the Arcane Focus, and maybe just 2 Crow Feathers out of the reserves. Actually, we spoke about having Warden instead of 1 Chapazor, so I really love that. So maybe we just remove the Warden and run remove the Champazors, play a Warden. This opens a slot for another Breeze. I do like that for the burn decks. And then we can work something out against the control decks. Maybe remove a Verdict and play. We rarely go at 8, so maybe we could remove a Verdict, you know, remove the Crow Feathers here, put the second Crow Feather in the reserves, and go with change course. I could see that. I love playing more card, you know, selection in a list like that. I think that would work fine. This has to be tested, but that's another great version here. So let me just save this as another version of the deck. Lots of flexibility in the list. Having access to lots of great tools here. So that's why I love the list so much. And I believe it's on par with the other great lists that we've reviewed so far, with a bit more tune, but there's a ton of great stuff that is going on there. Yeah, I strongly suggest you to try it. I've had great success in the ladder with it, so and this is a list that already plays 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Ardent Troops. So Ardent Crusader is not necessarily out of the options, but that would mean likely removing 3. We've got 5 slots here, maybe 6 slots. And if we remove the, I don't think I would remove the Crocosaurs, so maybe remove a removal. That would be 7 cards for 4 Crusaders and 3 more Ardent Troops. So this is a list that can accommodate 4 Ardent Crusaders as well. But I don't think this is where this list wants to be going. I feel that if you're going with Ardent Crusader, you're likely going with something more aggressive, either in Ruby or just close to Mono Diamond, like what Jeff was running. But when we know what the format settles, if this is really the way to go. So this was the ran a bit later than I expected for the constricted review, but that's okay. We've got some giveaways going on. We've got Crack a Pack. A big part of what's going to happen today is the top 8 draft. So we have something going on here in the learning experience, something we've been working to prepare for the new set. It is the draft matrix here. Change course, Lamify. I did review them. I'm not sure that we'll be putting them just yet, but this is a a strong suggestion there. So the way this matrix works is that what I try to identify is trying to map early, you know, before the set released, once we have the full list, what are the signals for each shard in draft. So you come into the draft, this is a new set. One of the key things to know is and this is even more important in this set, is read the signals. This is a very complicated format to draft. There's a ton of different archetypes. There's very strong teams in Ardent and in Underworld, and in both teams, in both factions, there's multiple different archetypes that sometimes overlap. So being able to read the signals is extremely important right now. So the question that I asked myself is, I tried to identify which were the cards that often are signals that this shard is open or this archetype is open, right? So in Blood, we had Dread Botanist. At Common, we had Dread Botanist, Gruesome Deed, and Exploration. Right now, we had Haunting Cry as a sign, but I think I'm going to remove it. After drafting some more and seeing a lot of other players drafting on stream, I think the format is clearly aggressive, and I don't think that seeing a late Haunting Cry is a signal. It's often just a sign that there were other better blood cards to take in the pack. So I'm going to remove it from the list right now. For this update. In Diamond, Bring to Justice, Canyon Holler, Crackling Blast. I think Crackling Blast, since the format is very, very fast, is not a signal that Diamond is open. However, Ghost Mage has been a key card in so many draft decks that I feel that if you see late game Ghost Mage, Diamond has to be open right now in this format. It has to be open, so I'm going to make a switch here with Canyon Holler and Ghost Mage and Bring to Justice as a commons signal for Diamond. Ruby, we have Cremate, Ashwood Firebrand, and Blazing Hammer. Very, very key. I think we could also put the, what's his name? Let me just... And I'm going to ask you guys your opinion on that one for the Ruby shard, Herofall. We're going to go with commons. I was impressed with Iron Smith at common. So we've got Cremate and Blazing Hammer and Firebrand, but I think we could add a fourth card here, which would be Iron Smith and Brute. They're both so good. I'm wondering if we should add them as signals. And it's crazy, right? To have 4-5 cards at common in a shard that could be signaled that the shard is open is just crazy. Ruby is so deep in this set, it's just insane. It supports 2 to 3 players on a table. There's so many playable cards in Ruby, it's just insane at common. So it's hard to say that these would be signaled, but I think Firebrand, Cremate, and Hammer are very above the rest, are clearly above the rest, but I do like the selection, but maybe we add one more. I'd be interested to know your opinion on that. Sapphire, we have Brunette and Jet Cadet. At common, I don't think there's, you know, having drafted a few times and looking at streams, maybe Idealist is a signal that Sapphire is open. It is clearly a strong card, but it's not a card that you pick that early and you need to be in a specific archetype to run with it. So maybe Guppy Gloves is a decent removal, but it's 2 Sapphire threshold and it's very hard to be playing heavy Sapphire in this format. So we're going to get this here. With why we had the Spring Dancer, the Crackling Crash, and the Dread Harvest. I think that the Crash is not necessarily a signal that Wild is open, but I think that Smash Mega is definitely a key card in the format, in the draft format right now. I feel that this one should not be in there. It should not be tentative. And I think we're just going to remove the crash. If you're playing wild, often you're playing it with diamond or ruby or blood. And these shards all have very strong removal available in the common and uncommon. So I don't think that the clash here is a prime card for wild. I think that you just take the threats and the dreadling generator, and then, you know, if you like removal, you take the clash, but if not, you're not taking it, right? You're likely going to pair this with a shard with a strong removal, and there's a weird wild sapphire archetype, but it's very rare that you'd see someone in it. The prismatic uncommon for wild sapphire is not really good, so this is where we're going with that. At uncommon signals, we have 4 blood, Direct Factory, Raker, and Dead Set Rider. Very strong cards that, you know, if you see them late, usually means that an archetype is open and that blood is open. Diamond, you see Hilltop Monastery, fantastic card. War Party Guide, fantastic card. Spearcliff Captain, again, fantastic card for Diamond. If you see these late, go into Diamond, that's a sign. Uncommon in Ruby, Lava Shaper, clear sign that Ruby is open. I love Bolt Spasm. I think that most lists that run Ruby runs Bolt Spasm. So I think we're going to make this one confirmed. And I also think that most lists that run Ruby like playing the Marauder. Marauder being Ardent here is a key factor. And Ruby wants to be aggressive, and you know, the assault options on the Marauder is just perfect. So I think these are confirmed signals. And this is, when I say confirmed signals, I mean most of the time. This is not straight up, if you see this pack 5, pick 5 or pick 6, a signal that the shard is open. You need to have the context around it. What I'm saying is that I feel that most of the time, when you see these cards late, they tend to be signals that this shard or this archetype is open. For Sapphire, Cork of Witch, Upgrade Technician, Windbore 7th seems to be a signal that the Sapphire is open. Treacherous Pass, I'm still on the fence on it. I saw great things with it. I also saw it being, you know, not very good, so I'm still on the fence. Wide uncommon signals, Springletter Disciple goes in Dreadlings and Valor decks, so you're never cutting this out of your wide decks. Oaken Shred, just fantastic troop, 5-drop 3/3 that provides 3 pump wherever you go, and there's often additional value by playing Valor. So definitely a strong pick in wild. If you see the Dread going late, likely means that wide is open. In the Prismatic, these are fairly easy. Most of them are extremely good. Alpha, Officier, Revenant, Bloodthorn, Zealot, Wrong Turn, and Puke Trolls are all reason to go in these shard combinations. So at first I wanted to do each shard combination with dedicated signals, but in reality, when you see these Prismatic go late, this is a signal to go in that direction if you already have some cards for it. So this is why I feel that most of Herofall drafting is to go with the uncommons that you have. And if you get a bomb rare that or legendary, that's fine. But most of these uncommons, you take above the average rare in the set. So I feel that's a big testament to the uncommons here. The last signal is the Altar of Nuzen. This is usually considered, I feel that right now it's considered to be a bit less powerful archetype than the other ones. However, if you're the only one that runs it, and you have one great Socket troop at rare, you can have a very strong Socket gem deck in draft, and that would be very strong as well. So this is where I'm at with this draft matrix. I would be very happy to receive your feedback. Getting to learn from your experiences drafting. Do you feel that we should remove some of these cards? Do you feel that we should add cards to this list? Does it work well for you? Do you find it useful? I'd be very interested to know. The goal is to provide, my stream notes are there to provide value for the community, for the ex-players that want to, get a leg up on the, what the meta is going, what we're doing overall in X, in constructed as well as in limited. I will have a constructed meta tab shortly once we have X meta running. Some analysis, regular analysis on X meta that we'll be doing on the Sunday morning stream as well. This is something that is coming in, and we also have some draft information in there. But I found it that this list here was very useful. I also started a Herofall full card list review here when we had the preview cards, taking some notes about each individual cards. But this is fairly heavy and it's hard to use. It's nice to use it on the preview, spoiler season, but I feel like for the most part this is limited information, and I think that the draft metrics here serves a better purpose at helping with limited most of the time. If you don't have a few hours to read the whole lengthy spoilers, so I think this will stick as a permanent resource in the stream, and the full card list will just be there as a tool for us to review the spoiler as they come in when there's a new set. And this is where I'll be going with the stream notes. So the one thing that the next thing in the list, in the schedule for today's stream, where we had a stream packed in terms of things to do, what I wanted to do is crack a few packs. So the giveaway for today's, I will be opening 5 packs of Herofall. We'll be looking at them, trying to identify what would be the first pick in a draft. If it would be pack 1, pick 1, what would we pick? And all the rares of these 5 packs that we'll be opening today will be the giveaway. So if we're lucky, we're going to get money legendaries, and they will be part of the giveaway. And this will be one giveaway for the 5 rares or legendaries that will be in the pack. So this is the giveaway that we'll be doing. To be participating in the giveaway, you just need to be active in the chat. That's the only requirement. Just be active in the chat in the last 15 minutes and you'll be eligible for the giveaway. So this is important. So here we're going to do a crack a pack and see what we get, and we'll try to use the list here, since these are the signals, so they're clearly the key cards of the format. And we'll try to to compare the rare that we have against the uncommon and the commons that we have. See if the power level match the best cards in the format at uncommon and commons, which would be the signals, right? So flipping tables is the best way to participate in giveaways as well on my stream. So don't hesitate to flip some tables. So we'll switch the view here. Let me put the I'd like to put the matrix at some place, so let's just display the matrix at the bottom of the stream here. And oh, that's perfect, that works really well. Again, the stream notes are below my stream. There's a link. There's always accessible. You have access to everything I do on the stream. It is documented there. If you want to use it as a resource, go for it. There's a ton of stuff. There's a ton of value to be had. There's match record as well, so you see all the match that I did on stream in the ladder and in the constructed gauntlet when it was live. They're all there. You can see my win ratio there. It's not that great, but I did have a very great one with Utul when it was when the first list broke out. So tons of great stuff. I will be adding, there's also my deck lists are there. There's PvE deck list here. There's campaign list, there's Frostring Arena list, all sorts of good stuff. There's even a free-to-play ledger. That was a challenge that I started while we were waiting for set 4, but right now there's so many things to do that I don't foresee going forward continuing with the ledger soon. But once we get some more news against the next PvE release, I'll certainly restart the free-to-play challenge there. But for the most part right now, let's just remove this. Go back into the game. And let's open some packs for a giveaway and do some crack a pack and see if we can get to a conclusion on which card would be best to pick in a draft. All right, so we'll see. Actually, the timer on the giveaway is 15 minutes, so let me just, since we might take more than 15 minutes to do 5 packs, I will just change it to, let me just change it to more than 50 minutes. Where do we go to change that? Oh, timeout. Alright, I'll put this to 30 minutes. That makes most sense. Alright, 30 minutes for the giveaway. Alright, so let's open a pack. So we'll try to use the matrix here, the draft matrix, to identify which card would be the best first pick to do in a draft. If this would be pack 1, pick 1. And maybe we have the time to do a draft after that and try to put this in motion. But I figured instead of, since we have a new set, instead of giving away platinum, it's better to practice some draft and have some cool giveaways in the end. So here it is, first pack that we opened today for the giveaway. And let's see what we would pick as first pick for the draft. This is a legendary card, guys! Hype! So already this giveaway will have a very, very, very cool card in there. Alright guys, there will be a legendary call, Herofall legendary card in the giveaway today. That's great. Let me just open a notepad real quick to take these, take notes for these. Alright, that's interesting. I'm glad that this happens for the giveaway, but I'm sad that I don't get it in my collection though. We'll see. Okay, so without evaluating the legendary card here, we have for the uncommons, we have Puke Troll, Savage Stomper, Windbore 7th, and Lookout. So Puke Troll is great, it's a strong card, but it does, you know, send us towards a very specific direction. The other uncommons are great, but I feel that often there's commons that are better suited than these to be taken. However, when we look at the common right now, we don't see a ton, right? Fire in the Roll is definitely a great card to have when you're running Ruby. And that's removal, and that's great. Funny Fat Guy, thanks for the follow, sure, appreciate it. Welcome to the learning experience. There's the Underworld Decree. There's not a lot of fixing in this set. There's mainly the 2 Decrees and the Tinkertron, so having access to Dreadling Generation is okay. Blackfire Sorcerers is okay. But I feel that what we have here as a pick 1, this is a weak pack overall, so we really rely on the rare / legendary to be good for the first pick. And this, again, will be going into the giveaway pool right there, so I think I would go Troll. I think I would go Fire in the Hole. Ruby is so strong and is very deep, so it's likely that we can at least get a few good Ruby cards, and this is a prime removal right there if you're playing a decent amount of Ruby. And Puke Troll, you know, might go late, but I've seen these wheels. They're very specific. If you're playing Wild and you're not playing Ruby, you're not taking it. If you're playing Ruby and you're not playing Wild, you're not taking the Puke Troll either. Definitely a card to that might will. It won't often will, but I feel that it might. I think I'd go with Fire in the Hole here. 7th is good, but it's a 6 cost, and I don't feel that you want to go Sapphire first in this draft format. But I right now I myself would go with Fire in the Hole, unless we get a dormant one. I think that this qualifies as a first pick, right? Wow, There will be some nice cards in the pool today. This is great value. I'd be curious to see what's the going price for Dormant one right now in the auction house. That's a ton of value right now for the giveaway. Let's see. X price. Let's go in X price. Let's see. Let me just check this out. What value are we at the giveaway right now? And I don't even think I have a Dormant one in my collection right now. Oh, that's a Dormant one. Let's see, what's the going price for Dormant one? So this is 2 blood threshold. It's not too hard to splash. There's multiple blood archetypes, and this is a very, very, very strong card to be playing. It's about the median for the last few days was around 700 platinum. So that's 700 platinum in value right there for the giveaway, and we're just at the first card. So the first one is a Dormant one with a value of around going price of around 700 platinum. So that's a draft ticket right there. 500 at the AH right now. So we'll go with the going prices at this moment. So 500. So I think we're going with Dormant one, right? It's 2 blood, it's not that bad. It's a very, very strong card. This card wins games and ends down. So yeah, I think we're going with that. So definitely a cool card. The rest of the pack was fairly weak though. And we get a chest, so let's roll at the chest. I'm not going to provide anything I win with the roll to the giveaway, but we didn't get anything. All right, it's okay. That's okay. I think there's a very small 5 legendaries dream. 5 legendaries if in 5 packs, that would be insane. That would just be insane. So let's take the other one, see what we would draft here. We don't get a legendary, we get a rare, so... But let's look at the uncommon. Bloodsworn is extremely powerful. Very, very great. Frostbite is great, but you need to be heavy in Sapphire, so we're not taking this first. Nowhere near taking this first. Coracle Witch is very, very strong card overall. Standalone. There's not really synergies with other archetypes in the format. It's just very strong card. Lasher, I really like in Wild. I like to have this in the reserves. Often make the main deck, but this is not a synergy card with archetypes that we have. And when you're playing draft right now, you really want to have a deck that has high synergy. If we look at the commons here, not a lot going on. Jet Cadet, another strong Sapphire card. So there's 3 strong Sapphire cards here. There's an argument to be made, and we have even a freebooter. So 4 strong Sapphire cards. We even have a 5th one in Broodnet. So if we take a Sapphire card here, there's a definite chance that we get another one on the wheelback, and that's strong. That could be a reason to go in Sapphire early. If we take the Witch, for instance, there's a good chance that we get a Frostbite back. If we take the Broodnet, there's a good chance that we get a Jet Cadet, or a Witch, or a Freebooter back. So definitely a good card here. Canyon Hauler, strong card in the Diamond archetype. Valor Diamond archetype, very, very cool card. It's strong on its own, even without the Diamond archetype. So definitely a contender here. So if we're ignoring the rare for now, we have the choice of taking a Diamond card and sending no Diamond card at all to our left opponent, and that's a strong options. I feel that the other options would be to take one of the Sapphire cards and most likely get a second playable on the wheel, which would be fairly strong right now. But I think I would tend to go with Hauler. Diamond is just a stronger shard overall in Limited right now than Sapphire. Sapphire is often more of a support shard. And the fact that I'm not sending any Diamond signal is perfect here. So let's see what we have with the rare. That might change things up, right? It might be a cool rare. Crusaders fetch a good price on the auction house for the giveaway. Wells fetch a good price on the auction house for the giveaway. Herofall would be insane value for the giveaway, so let's see what we get. Warp Steel Widget. No, we're not taking this, right? If you're playing a Dreadling archetype, this card is good. But you need to have a good reason to pick it. You don't pick it first, you pick it if you're already in a Dreadling archetype. Maybe this will, knowing that this exists though, might make us prioritize the Dreadling archetype a bit more if that's what we see coming our way. I think I would still go with the Oller though, as a first pick here. I think that the pick here would be the Oller. If we're not picking the Oller, I think we're playing a Sapphire card, but this is a strong enough pick on its own to justify that we pick the Oller. Send to play on another. If this would be true, but this is artifact, so it really just works out of Dreadlings, and there's 2 champions that create Dreadlings, and this can be very, very big. But I think that you need Dreadlings generators before, and this is a tip right now in draft for Herofall. You don't pick the cards that go off of Dreadlings if you don't have the generators first. It is very hard to get 2 to 3 Dreadling generators in a deck, like the recurring ones, like Dread Harvest, like the Botanist, like the even the artifact that generates a Dreadlings every turn. These are hard to come by. There's a lot of decks that run these, so you don't pick things that go off of Dreadlings before you get the Dreadlings generator. I think that one of the few exceptions are the Smash Magus, and maybe to a certain degree Deed, but things that run in blood or why that goes off of Dreadlings are very, very, Dreadlings are hard to come by. So this only keying off of Dreadling means that you need the generators before you go with this card. You're never going to see another widget. Yeah, since this is pack 1, pick 1, this is going in a very specific direction, and I much prefer keep my options open. So I would still go with the Oller. We don't know if we're going to get Dreadling generation or not. We might just not get it. And even if we don't get any Valor, synergies with the Oller, if we're playing Diamond, we're just going to play it anyway. So this is why I'm going to go with it. So we have the Warp Steel widget here. I don't know what's the price, but it's most likely a very, very low value error. So that's okay. We have a dormant one for the first pack. So here it is. We're going to do a nice spin. It really depends on the pack, but I don't usually take Mama Yeti first. I take the, if I get a late Yeti and I don't have anything else, I take the Yeti, and then if I see a Mama Yeti, I first pick it. But for the most part, I'm not taking Mama Yeti first. 70 is okay though. That does work. Thanks for the follow, Tidin. Appreciate it. Welcome to the learning experience. So let's continue with the draft here. With the pack opening, the third one. Let's see what we get. We get another rare. Oh, this pack. Wow. Okay. This is going to be a hard one. Okay, so uncommons right out of the gate. We've got Spearcliff Captain, Intimidator, Zentadziller, Oakenshred. These are all playable cards. Trade Corporation TV, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Welcome to the learning experience. These are all playable cards. I feel that out of the uncommons, the Captain is the clear winner in terms of power that brings to the table. This provides a very strong body for the cost with the Valor, and then it provides evasion to your other threats. It's just crazy good. Just crazy good. What we have here for the commons, however, there's a ton of great commons. Blazing Hammer, usually you take over most of the uncommons. It's that strong. It removes a troop or goes to the face. It gives reach. This is great. The one thing that goes against it is that it's double ruby threshold. However, you do splash for this if you have it. We have a botanist, very strong. When you don't have great uncommons, botanist is very strong. It's an enabler for the Dreadlings deck. We have Magus as well. It's fairly decent as a first pick. I would pick Magus over the Druid. I think I would pick the Botanist over the Druid as well, and over the Ruthless. I think I would pick these 3 commons over these 3 uncommons most of the time. However, I think I would just go with Spearcliff Captain here. It's so strong. This is one of the prime commons. This is one of the best non-rare cards in the set for limited. Zealot is great, but you know you're going into a specific archetype very early, and it's extremely hard to splash. There's also the fact that it's Sapphire, so it's a bit weaker than the other shards. So really don't know anything. I really don't know anything. Thanks for the follow. I managed to pronounce it. Alright. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome to the learning experience. Yes, Captain is the 3-cost double diamond threshold Ardent Troop 2/2. When the center play creates a Valor, when this attacks, Valorous Troop gets flight. So extremely strong. So I think I would just go with the Captain here. But we don't know the rare yet. So let's find out. For the giveaway and for the first pack 1 pick 1, what is the rare? Shackles of Malice. Huh. At the start of your turn, lose 2 health. And then the offer encounter this. When there are 4 more offer encounter, transform this into a Malice Demon. Malice Demon is 8/8 Flight Crush, but to be able to go to that, you need to lose 8 health. That is a ton of health in a very aggressive format, so we are not taking this as the first pick. We're not even taking this as the second to last pick. This is unplayable right now. Unless you manage to have a lot of live game, and there's not a ton of it in the format, I don't think you're running this at all. I really don't think you're running this at all. And I assume that this is 31 platinum value shekels. So although it pains me a great deal to pass on a Blazing Hammer, I still think I'm going with the Captain here. We're not passing any other great diamond cards, so yes, we're passing some strong ruby signals, but we're not passing any diamond signal, and we're getting one of, if not the best diamond uncommon in the set, so I'm waiting to see some generate encounters. Yeah. Advancing L 24 L champion with Diamond Blood. Yeah. True. Yeah, that is a great point though. That is a great point. There are champions with a ton of health. You can clearly achieve 25 health in this meta with Renner, for instance. And then you play this on turn 1, and maybe by turn 5 you get to have your Malice Demon. But the problem is that by that time they know it's coming, and even more so, you're giving a lot of health pool equity in the equation. Not to mention that from the reserves after game 1, they might just have constant removal. They might also just have a removal for the Malice Demon itself, in which case you pay 8 health for nothing. So I really don't think you're playing this. I don't see well why you're playing this unlimited. Even if you're playing IL champion, even if you have a lot of stall and a lot of life gain somehow, I don't think this is what you want to be doing in this format. And late game, the problem is that you put this out late game, you need to wait 5 more turns and lose 8 health to be able to get the Madness Demon. So in what world are you dragging a game of limited and Herofall to turn 13, 15, 14, right? It just doesn't make sense. Best case scenario is not that good and it's risky. And worst case scenario, this is just a dead card. And it's even worse of a dead card. If you play it, you might just die. So yeah, I think it's straight up unplayable and limited. I think it's an error to play this one right now. I would be happy to be proven wrong, but I do think that this is not a card. Here, to me, it's a strong choice between Blazing Hammer and Captain. And I would tend to go with Captain in this set since there's not a lot of Diamond. If it would be, you know, a bunch of good Diamond cards and the Hammer, I think I would take the Hammer. But I'm taking the Captain here. Alright, so... well, they need to have some weird rares, build around rares that sometimes are insanely good and you steal a game, and that creates for a very entertaining, very memorable moment in draft and playing X. So that's great for the experience. But if we're talking of efficient, you know, good cards, this is not one of them. You do need these cards if you want to have a cool drafting experience. So, 4th pack here. Let's see what we would pick. And let's see what we will add to the giveaway pool today. Second legendary for the giveaway pool. That's crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy. Alright, so what's happening? Let me just catch up with it. This is this guy online? No, I'm not offline right now. Hey, my tier, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Welcome to the learning experience. So now, right now, look at this. Look at this. We're going to have 2 legendary cards in our card pool for the giveaway today. If this is another high value legendary card, we're going to split the giveaway pool to have two pools instead of one. I think that's the sensible thing to do. It depends on the value of the card. So if it's like anywhere 500 platinum and up, we're going to split the legendary into 2 giveaways. Alright, so before looking at the legendary here, the uncommons, Grimskull Tactician, it's a great card. The problem with this card is that it is an underworld troop in an Ardent Shard, and this makes it so that it's really hard to put this in a diamond deck most of the time. It's still good though, it's perfectly fine, but it doesn't help with the Ardent team, so you know, you need to be careful with this one. Ardent Officer, it's the best. I would put a stake, you know, a stake in the ground here, a flag on the ground. I'll say that this is the best uncommon in the set, the strongest of the prismatic ones. Lasgard Bloodsworn is insanely good, but giving +2 attack and +1 defense to all your Ardent troops when you attack is just insane. This one closes game like no other. And there's a ton of 2-drops and 1-drops that you want to be playing in Diamond and Ruby anyway. So if you put this on turn 3, more often than not, if it's not removed from the board, the game ends on turn 4. It just ends. So here for the rest of the commons, Taste for Blood, nothing nearly as close to the power level of Ardent Officer, Grimskull Tactician, and Bloodsworn. Razor's Edge is very good playable card in most Ruby decks. You run 1 or 2. Gruesome Deed, one of the premium removal in Blood at common. However, this is first pick, so we don't know if we'll have fodders for it, but that's a very strong consideration here. Aerialist is great. Stinkhorn makes most of the wide deck list as well. Braves goes really well in Diamond. I think I would go with the Ardent Officer here. If the legendary is not too insane, but because it's just that good, right? even an average, you know, diamond, ruby, ardent deck with a bunch of with 1 or 2 officers is just insanely good. So reloading browser doesn't help either. Guessing Twitch hates me. Yeah, that might just be because I'm online. I'm not dropping any frames right now, and things seems to be going great. So, it must be maybe your browser or. I got a couple of chickens. Yeah, yeah, chickens would do. Chickens would do. So here, I think we would go with Officer. I could see an argument to go with the Brave, hoping that no one gets the Officer. But it's so unlikely that no one gets the Officer, right? Ruby and Diamond are the deepest shards in this set, I feel. There's Diamond has a ton of removal and a ton of playables. Ruby has a ton of removal, a ton of playables. You often have support for 2 to 3 drafters in both shards on the table. So I think taking the Ardent Officer here is a decently low risk, very, very high reward situation. So we need to have a strong card here to pick it over the Officer. So let's see what we get. And this will go into the giveaway pool. Empress of Ice! This is crazy! This is just insane. There's no way you would pass Empress of Ice. It's just worth a lot more than a draft anyway. And it's a strong card on its own. So, this is just crazy here. And Caliban is really strong. This is just crazy. We're going to have insane giveaway today. We open an Empress of Ice and a Dormant one. And if I remember correctly, this one goes to more than 1k platinum, right? Yeah, it's worth a lot. Price Empress of Ice. I know it was 1k a day or two ago. Prince. Price Empress Ice. Yeah, it's good. Like it's upwards of 500 platinum. So I think we're taking the Empress of Ice here. And this is going to make for a very, very cool giveaway. 2 legendary cards for the giveaway is just good. If someone could provide me with the going price in the auction house right now for Empress of Ice, that would be good. 700. That's a ton of value. We're going to provide a lot of value for the giveaway today. All right, so here we go. Yes, we get something. An upgrade. Yay. All right, last pack for today before we head on for something else. Let's go with last pack here, and then we do the giveaway. And then we either do draft or more constricted. This is going to be a rare. Let's look at the uncommons right now. We've got Lost in Time, Windborn Salmon, Dead Set Rider, and once more Until the Breach as the uncommons. Alright. And the commons, the notable commons that we have here. On this side, we don't have anything spoiled, but spoiled is not a first pick. Here we got Lamaphile, Guppy Gloves, Intimidating Display. Very, very poor commons here. I think the clear pick for me would be to Dead Set Rider. It is 2 blood threshold, but it's very, very, very good. There's not a lot of flight troops in the format here. Unless we have a great rare. I think we're going with the Dead Set Rider. Again, the problem with Sapphire is that it's Sapphire, it's more of a support shard. You need to have a good reason to go in Sapphire before you do the first pick. And the Rider is just that good right now. And there are ways to enable it on turn 3. And if you somehow enable this on turn 3, it's just insane. Polyberry, I have mixed feelings for Polyberry. It's a very high variant card. And this is a very aggressive format. And this is a format that has high synergy in it. The decks that are winning are high synergy. So I think that Polyberry, most of the time I'm not running it. I've heard a lot of great stories with it, but it's a dead card a lot of the time as well. So It's like a poor man's. Let me just one thing. I want to make sure that I'm not mistaking a card with something else. Let's just IMG. Does that work? No, it doesn't work for some reason. Oh, let me just why doesn't this work? Okay, let me try it again one more time. See if I fixed it. Yeah, I fixed it. All right. So Potterberry pouch here is basic. I can't read it. Card. Potterberry. So 0 cost, basic, sacrifices, transform target to a random troop with cost +1. Yeah, I don't like it. If you're dealing with a threat on the opposing type, on the opposing side, you have a good chance of upgrading it into it still being a threat, so maybe a less threat, but it's +1. On your side, it's just changing a troop, and usually you don't do this on your own threats that are relevant for the board right now, because you don't want to run the chance of ruining it. So you're using it on your cards that have outlasted their usefulness on the board, and usually these cards would be low cost. So transforming a low cost into an average cost random troop I don't like it. I think this is not a card you should be running in your decks, unless you have it in the reserves and you see a very significant threat that you just cannot deal with from your opponent. Then you maybe bring this in. If you have a lot of strong interplay effect, but the problem with this is the opportunity cost. You have to spend a card in your 23, 24, 22 cards in your deck. You have to spend a card slot on this card. And to me, it is extremely unlikely that you cannot find a better replacement for that card slot that would have 100% of the time a significant impact on the board. I would play any 2-drops, literally any 2-drops in this format over the pouch, I feel. Maybe in sealed, where it's less aggressive, but still decently aggressive right now. So I don't think I would play it. So enough with the Potterberry here. Let's see what we get to add for the last card for the giveaway today. And for the draft, it would be Paradigm Shift. Put target troop into his controller and get one is into play. Each opposing champion puts a troop from there into play. This is a strong removal piece. Often you will have a troop in the hand, and they have to wait until you have nothing in your hand to be playing their troop or take a chance. And if they do, and they get bitten in the ass, that's great. I still take the Death's Edge Rider here instead of the Paradigm Shift. But we need to consider that someone on our left is will likely be Sapphire, so something to keep in mind for the rest. Because this is playable, this is playable, this is playable, this is playable in Sapphire. The rest of the cards are most likely not playable at all, besides the Death's Edge Rider. And I'd rather be going blood than double blood threshold and double Sapphire threshold for my first pick in a draft. Going with that. Paradigm Shift. Alright, so this is the last card. I don't know what kind of price it fetched though. Paradigm Shift. It should be like 50, 100 platinum kind of card. We're early in the format, there's not a lot in the Ocean House kind of thing. This is a cool card though. So right now we have a giveaway to do. I feel that we're going to give away the Let me just put back the stream notes here. Let's roll a chest. And what we're going to do is we're going to... Let me see. Let's just make something... Do something that makes sense. So give away. I believe we're going to give away the dormant one and the 3 rares for one giveaway, and the second giveaway will be the Empress of Ice. This is what we're going to do with this. So you need to be active in the chat. This is the time. Let's just put the giveaway screen here. How many do we have right now? Let's just see. We had a bunch. We already have 20 people right now for the giveaway. Be active in the chat. You just need to write anything. Best way to participate is to flip some tables there in the channel and the learning experience with CoachFliperon. So flipping tables is the way to do it. If not, you just say anything, write anything. Take it literal, not just be there in the chat. Last 30 minutes and you're eligible for the first giveaway. So we're going to do the dormant one with the 3 rares first. And then we're going to do the Empress of Ice for the second giveaway. Alright, here we've got a lot of people, 29 entries. I'm going to wait 10 more seconds and then we're going to do the giveaway here. What flipping tables? These tables. These flipping tables here. It's a character. You see that this is a face with a mouth and 2 small eyes with 2 ends doing this. That's the guy who's flipping the tables. This is what it represents. It's like, yeah, Kirby. Kirby is it has a nice way to do it. It's Kirby flipping a table. This is Kirby flipping tables here. It is supposed to be a face. Alright. Alright. Let's do this. Alright, so we've got 33 entries there. For the giveaway, the first one will be for a dormant one, Warp Steel Widget, Shackles of Madness, and Paradigm Shift. And the winner will be... The winner is WorkerBot! Look at that! Look, WorkerBot won! So that means that the creator of WorkerBot wins. WorkerBot OP. That is rigged. Okay, so we're just going to do... Yeah, we'll restart this. So we're doing another roll here. Be right there. Alright, so let's do this. Let's try not to hit WorkerBot this time. Let's do this. Winner is Quantum Doodad. Congrats on the card, sir. You just need to provide me with your in-game name and I will be sending you the cards right there. So just take notes for who just won. And send me your in-game name via private message or in-game. Winner. So, and I would gladly send you these cards via in-game mail. Let's just take a notes here. Giveaway 1. And then we're going to remove the Empress of Ice. This. Wait, what? Wait. Alright. Removing this line, and this, and then give away 2. Whoop. Just setting things up here. And in-game name is Quantum Doodad. So let's just do it right there before we do the other one. So you guys can see that I'm actually sending these cards as proof. So compose, Doodad, subjects. You win! So in the list we had a dormant one. So let's do this. A dormant one. Oh, it was my second one. Okay. A widget. And oh, that was my only one. Hello. All right. The other one was a Metis. A shackle of Metis. Shackle of Metis. All right. Did it go in? Okay, that works. And the other one was shift. Paradigm shift. Oh yeah, that's not a good way to search for a card here. Just a thing that does work better. Alright, so these are the 3 cards attached. Here we go. Thanks for watching. And here are your cards, sir. Here are your cards. So just going to take a notes in the stream notes. Prize sent. Alright. Just put this in gray. Make sure these are sent. And then we do need to do another giveaway for the Empress of Ice. Again, just need to be active in the chat right there. There's 37 entries so far. So if we're the same person, we'll of course re-roll. And alright. I didn't like widget anyway. I do like widget and constructed though. There's a ton of great stuff to do with widget and constructed. I don't know if you saw the coverage yesterday, but there were a few dwarf robot decks that were insane with widget. That were just insane. But now there's Empress of Ice in the giveaway right there. 39 entries, 40 entries. That's a great participation level here for the stream. Let's do this. Hey Tipsis, how are you doing today? Alright, just in the progress of doing a giveaway, you just entered by saying hey. And this is for an Empress of Ice that we just opened during the Cracker Pack part of the stream this morning. So let's just see who wins. 42 entries. And the winner will be the Will Apocalypse. You win, Empress of Ice. Just send me your in-game name, sir, and you will receive this great Empress of Ice in your bay box in-game in the next minute or so. If you brought it to me right there, and if you don't, then just send it to me via private message, and I'll provide it to you later down the road. So Will Apocalypse is the winner. It's the same as in-game name. So let me just update the stream notes. This is this is here, and prize sent, and that would be one nice Empress of Ice. This is great. Let's just send the in-game name, in-game mail for now. Attach. So guys, what do we do now? I got a few, maybe I got an hour and a half to burn. Are we doing some constructed? Are we doing some limited with sealed? I've got a sealed pool going. That could be great. We could also continue to use the Silver Age deck to do some constructed ladder. It's up to you guys. It's up to you guys. Oh, I already had one. It's in a deck. Surprise. Alright, so this attach. You win. Thanks for watching. And send. Alright. So what do you guys want me to do? Are we doing limited or constructed? Do I give away until I win? No, I don't have that kind of resources, no nonsense. If I would have these kinds of resources, I would absolutely do giveaways until you win. In fact, I would do one better. I would give away one thing to everyone in the stream. I could do that if you guys want. If you guys want, I don't know, baby yetties, I can give one away to everyone participant in the stream. Are you Quebecer? Yes, I am from Quebec. I'm a French Canadian. I'm way up north though. I'm in Saguenay, so that is way up north. Thanks for the follow, Morano Momaro1. Appreciate it. Welcome to the learning experience. Gotta prove your draft plans work now. That's a great point. We worked on a draft matrix. Now is the time to test it. So I might not have the time to complete the draft, but yeah, let's try this. I do have tickets running, so let's just I will put my stream notes on the bottom of the stream instead of the matrix. Let's see. Yeah, okay. I'll take my notes. I'll still put the matrix in there to try to use it for the draft, and I take my notes for the stream for the draft in a notepad, and I'll copy them in the stream notes afterwards. So let's just try to do a draft right there. Just enter there. Felt Fusion, welcome for the follow, appreciated. Welcome to the learning experience. Check your in-game mail. Alright, so we're going to check my in-game mail. Snake, do an Evo. Herofall booster pack. Nice. Nice. How about doing Evo? Alright. Alright, so claim attachment. It appears that I don't sure. Do I have enough for an Evo? Hi Snake. Does make stretch occasionally? That's a good point, guys. No, 103. I think I only have. Yeah, let's do. Okay, so Snake was kind enough to provide me with a booster pack for an Evo, so we're going to do an Evo. Herofall booster pack. Let's do an Evo here on the learning experience. Let's see what we have. That's okay. That's more than enough. You don't need to send another one. That's fine. That's fine. All right. All right. Thanks for the kind giveaway here. That's appreciated. Let's do an Evo. Let's do an Evo here. All right. Let's do it. So we can try to use the matrix there on the Evo as well. And I am not giving away what I get from the Evo. I just want to make this clear. Not giving away what I get in the Evo. So, as tradition would requires it. Yeah! We're doing this. I'm how many packs did I open today? 5, 6, 7 packs, 3 legendaries. 7 packs, 3 legendaries. That's nice. That's extremely nice. So, El Duratan's Glory, this is a bomb in limited. I mean, it's just wipes the board. It's a 5/5 or 5. That's that fast. We would be hard pressed not to play it, but yeah, we got a nice card here. Nice card here. So, 27 minutes hype. Does the BKYD, your draft starts in 27 minutes. That's great. I wish you the best of luck. Although I'm rooting for my teammate, I want this to be a very tightly fight win for the crown here. Best of luck though. Best of luck to all participants that might be in the stream right now. Looking at the pool, so our 2 rares are Grove Warden. This is definitely a bomb. This is a big body with Steadfast and Crush. The stealing of artifacts and constant might not be that relevant, but it's still great. And this is another bomb as well. Usually I like to go with quantities next to see if we have multiples of something that is usually a strong pull toward a direction. And we see 3 Wong turns. This is great. This card is insane. You don't often end up in Ruby Sapphire, but when you do, it is because of that card. And now we have 3. It's a shame that it's not part of our 2 bombs rare, but alright, so there's a lot of artifacts around Evo. Oh, that's a good point. I did not play a ton of Evo, right? I think I played 1 so far. I don't even have the sleeves for it. So, but 3 wrong turns here is a big thing. 2 Scouts of Wild, 2 Aerialists works with wrong turn. 2 Freebooters, that works with wrong turn as well. So we've got a nice pull for an Underworld. Oh, and we got 2 Mortar Strike Driver. This looks like a Sapphire Ruby deck, but the other thing I like to do is look for the word Dread in our pool. So we just have these 3. That means we don't have enough Dreadling generator to support a Dreadling deck. Let's look at Valor real quick. Okay. Firebrand, Captain, Gust Mage, War Priest. We've got an Intimidator. That's a strong base for a Valor deck. And we even have a Spring Dancer. What do we have with Artifact for Fixers? If we remove the shards real quick. What kind of Fixers do we have? We don't have an Ardent Decree. This usually, and we have 1 Prism, so maybe we switch. But let's just go with the Artifact troops here. That works well. Turboflex, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Welcome to the learning experience. Ruby Diamond probably. Yeah, well, we'll see. Ruby Diamond looks nice. So let's look at Blood first. See what we have. If there's a ton of removal, that's a consideration. So Spite is okay. Maiden is okay. Cruel Venom Blade is good. Lackey is playable. Misery is nice. Cry is playable. Botanist is playable. Charger I don't like. Casualty of War from the reserve is good. But we do have a Blight Reaper. This is a strong card. It's not, we don't have a ton of playables. It might be a support card. We don't have Dreadling synergies. We don't have a lot of generator. We don't have removal at all. So I don't think blood is in the discussion here. Diamond, however, wow. Okay, so playable in Diamond. We have this, 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 we have this. Ardent Troop, we have the Fisher. That is a lot of playables. That is a lot of playables with a Glory as well. That's a very, very, very strong pull towards Diamond. We don't have a ton of Valor generation though. We have 1, we have 2 if we go in Ruby, we have 3, we have 4. Oh, that's okay. Maybe even 5, so that's defendable. Let's just go into Ruby, see what we get. We get this, we get this, we get Fire in the Roll, we get this, we get Cremate, we get a Bolt Spasm, we get a Firebrand, and here we have a deck, right? Boss Mopar, thank you for hosting, appreciated. Congrats on the 20-hour stream yesterday, was insane. And thanks for the hosting, very, very much appreciated. This looks like a crazy Ruby deck. Ruby, we don't have a ton of Underworld troops, so I don't like the Driver much. Maybe we like some playables, but we'll see. These are the outstanding cards. Rufusius, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Welcome to the Yet Learning Experience. Sapphire, wow, okay. 2 Aerialists, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 playable in Sapphire. Sapphire is fairly deep. Looking at the Ruby here, I don't think we're going to have a better deck if we're not going Diamond Ruby, and we're playing Glory as well, so I think this is a done deal. Instead we have crazy Wild, but we have close to nothing in Wild. So clearly we're supposed to go Diamond Ruby here, but we need to fill in the gaps here, and we do have some gaps. So How do we go at it? We don't have a lot of playables. We're going to be playing the Sepper's Wallbuster. That's a nice filler card. We need 3 more cards though. That's a concern. That is a big concern. We're playing an aggressive deck, although we don't have other bashers. It's just a 2-1 for 2 in an aggressive shell. That works well to put pressure. Indomitable Will. Do we play Valor Rising with 0 cost speed? I guess we could play a Revert, right? A Chimp for the Revert. There's a few Valorous troops. There's a few Scrounge troops. I guess Valor Revert could be... was the first Dorman one Dreadling deck I had. Yeah, I saw that one. That was a crazy one. That was very crazy. I think we're going to play Valor Rising. Do we have Assault cards? We don't have any Assault card. We could... I'm tempted to splash Sapphire just for the wrong turns. I'm really tempted to splash Sapphire for the wrong turns. What's the requirement? We just need 1 Diamond Threshold and 1 Sapphire Threshold. 2 Diamond Threshold, 2, yeah. How many troops do we have here? We have 15. That's a bit low. Yeah, I guess we're going with a Chimp. Just for the Revert. Do we go with Altar of Nozan? Creates a random Succeeded Troop. We have 1, 2, 3 Succeeded Troop. 4 Succeeded Troop in the list. Actually, that's not too bad. We're going to run the Altar here. Destroy target constant main deck. -1 cost in all zones for Succeeded Troops. We have 4. And that's a good blocker, I guess. And we don't play the Chimp. Huh. So... I think the Sentry for cost reduction on a few cards and... let's see, this would be Flight. This would be Flight. This would be Create a Valor. This would be Create a Valor. Is this Flight? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sources of valor. And we're going to go with Lysander. And actually, we do have Fire in the Hole, so creating Dreadlings on demand to be more aggressive with a Dread Launcher. Nah, that doesn't work. With the Champion Power, we got a decent amount of Valor creation, I feel. Cyan has a major circuit, so let's review this. We're in Blood, Ruby, the Diamond Ruby, so we have access to Ardent Troops gets +1/+1. We have access to Reduced Cost. We have access to draw a card when attack, and we have access to deal double damage. I do like the evasion of this guy, but I could see maybe double damage. It's already 4, so it's unlikely to matter, but it just closes game faster. The problem I see with this guy is that he has 3 defense, and this one destroys everything in our deck. Every single card in our deck dies to Glory. So, actually, do we want to make this a 4/5? 4/5? Yeah, the card draw is nice though. Leonard Plozzi, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Welcome to the learning experience. The card draw is nice. Card draw, yeah, I think card draw is still better. And we have Phalanx here as a sort of combat tricks. Cremate, Razor's Edge. We don't have a ton of removal though, but I think this is where we're going. 16 troops. 39, 43, so let's just go with an even split with a prism here. Oh wait, that doesn't work at all. 8, 8, 1. Alright. I guess that would be the deck here. Just see nicely for... I really just love the Seasons Ladder sleeve right now. They're just great. They're very, very good. I do like prisms. It helps fixing, and late game it does provide a charge anyway. It makes ends keepable. I like running the prism here. So let's see. Do we have all the sockets that we need? Yes. So let's do this. Let's do a game here. Let's do a game here. So looking at the signal matrix here, we have in Diamond we have a Ghost Mage. We don't have a Canyon Hauler. We don't have a Bring to Justice, and we have one of the uncommons in the Captain. In Ruby we have a Cremate. We have a Firebrand. We have a Pulse Spasm. So we have a few of the signals, and we have one of the key primal prismatic signal as well. So. Hi there, for the small for the camera. Haha. Alright, so just put this here. This is a keep. Cremate, Razor's Edge, Firebrand, and Fisher is just extremely good. We're playing against Remba. Huh. Do I want to track my matches with the in the stream notes? I think I do. So Evo, we're against Rebma, playing Haraza, the Incinerator. So we're fighting against a deck that wants to go in the long game because of the champion power with the banner that costs 7, which is a burning banner. And what the burning banner does is troops who control have +1 attack and speed. So clearly wants to accelerate the charges, clearly wants to go in the long game. We are on the draw, but we've got a turn 1 Bolt Spasm. That's just insane aggression here. Yep. Alright, and we were on the draw. Alright, so this is a good question. I think we're not trading here, right? We're just using... The big question is, are we using Cremate or Razor's Edge? I think we're using Cremate. Razor's Edge might be able to deal with bigger troops. And hopefully we draw a shard next turn. Yeah, I think we're just Cremate here. Put a ton of pressure. And then attack for 3. And play this. The usefulness of Bolt Spasm really goes down as the game progresses, so there's a ton of 2-drop in the format, so that's why I was mentioning. So here we get paid off with the line that we took. A diamond shard would be great, but we're going to start by attacking here. Going to put the Firebrand out, getting a Valor out. And now he's under a very big amount of pressure. Next turn, if we draw a shard, no, we're not able. We might be able to Valor, and this is him fumbling here. So I think we're going to play the Vader. Do we play the Vader? I think we're not playing the Vader. I'd just rather continue develop the board. We're missing on 1 damage there, but we're adding a troop that will create another Vader in our hand. I think that's more vulnerable. And right now we do get the Razor's Edge, so this guy will die sadly. If I would have used the Vader, I wouldn't have lost the Firebrand, but oh well. Maybe he trades with the Bolt Pass. Oh, that's nice. Razor's Edge. Alright. Hey Seiju, how are you doing today, sir? That's great. I don't know why he didn't block the Firebrand here. I would have blocked it. Hey Nico! That's nice. Ah, fire in the hole for 0 cost, that's why. Okay. So he wanted to kill a Firebrand with the fire in the hole. That does make sense. Okay, so now we're stuck with 1 card. We're just going to use the Vader here. And Nico is a strong player, so I'd be interested to see what kind of deck he created. Would be very interesting to see what deck he created, so not getting in for 2. Alright, do we go... Oh, fire in the roll, that's nice. Still stuck on 2 though, that's a pain. I think we're going with the altar here and we're passing the turn. That way, at least when we play the Fiend of Nilzan, we draw a card. I guess that's the sensible thing to do since we're stuck on resources a bit right now. If we get a resource, next play is Ardent of Fisher. If we don't get a resource, is Fiend of Nilzan. Alright, we get a Diamond Shard. Let's just put Ardent of Fisher and pass the turn. And next turn we attack with both. We've got fire in the hole open with 3 damage there. Oh, we put a... Alright, so the banner is in. Big things might be coming our way. But he might be having another witch. But when we attack with these 2, they both will have Valorous. So they both will deal a lot of damage. So let's just see. Put the shard in here. That's perfect. Play this guy. Draw a card. Get a Valor. Prevent all damage. I think we Valor, right? We Valor this and attack. And get the fire in the hole higher. We don't have combat trick, but these 2. If you made it to the top showdown, fires of 7 minutes, please join the lobby ASAP. Alright. So 5 attack Swift Striker here. That's a ton. He's blocking. Any combat trick? No. Okay, so we're clearly ahead now. And we're going to generate a Valor in our hand. Play this on the Fiend. Have more, just to be efficient with our resources. Next turn we keep Fire in the Hole and Ardent Phalanx, and we should be good. We should be good. Attacking for 10 damage Swift Strike, just insane right there. Just insane. You can find if you look below my stream. There's in the what's the name of the section? There's a shoutbox section that I can put messages there. The links are there. Et oui, je suis français du Québec. All right, so here it is. We might be facing a wrong turn next. That would be a pain. That would be a real pain, but yeah. The finals are today. It was just announced in game. The list, the draft will be starting very soon. We're not blocking this guy. We're not blocking this guy. We're attacking for lethal this turn. We need to be careful though. We do need to be careful. Playing the Bladesman will draw us a card, but we're definitely attacking with what we have right now. Next. Thanks for the compliment, Castor. I can only assume that with your name you're from Quebec as well. I'd be extremely surprised seeing someone with Castor in their name not being from Quebec. Or Canada, maybe. But Forber just sells it out. Alright. Drawing a card. Do we play the shard first? Yeah, this is likely a good game. Ardent Official, just crazy, crazy, crazy. We've got Fire in the Hole for 6. We've got Ardent Fan. Did you have work with Raza? I'd be curious to know. Shoot, we won't know. There's not. I don't see a lot of deck configuration that Araza would fit in limited, since even in Evo, this is kindly decently fast as well. So let's see what we get first. We've got a Satirus Bard for a Valor deck. That's great. Maybe we'll switch things up a bit. Forgotten Forge, we're not playing. Grim Skull Tactician, we will likely be playing. Another Cremate is making the list for sure. Got some nice white cards. Another Botanist, which makes... I don't think this makes blood likely, but we've got... This would be a decent splash though, but I think we're just upgrading with Tactician, another Cremate, and maybe even a Buffalo. Let's see. So let's just go with these right now, but we have some strong Valor cards in Wild right now. And we've got a Shard Prism. So I definitely want a second Cremate. I want a Grimskull Tactician. I think that Living Buffalo is better than a Basher that does nothing most of the time, for sure. We're going to remove the Valor Rising, and I think we're just removing the Sapper's Charge. An Aggressive Shell, I really don't like it. So this is a decent upgrade, and we can even use the Tactician here to create a Valor. So we have a strong Valor aggressive Ardent deck with a sub-team of having Saga Troops, which we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That seems good. Do we remove the Sentry though? I think I'd run the Basher over the Sentry. How many Underworld Troops that we have? We have 1. We have 2. We have 2. That's not enough for the drivers, so I don't think I'm running Trash Mule main. Destroy target constant. 2, 3. Yeah, I still think we're running the Basher. If we're not running the Basher, we could be running the Forge, but I feel that the Forge doesn't help us win games. I think I'd rather run the Wallbuster or just the Basher. I think we're going with the Basher here. Just another 2 drop. Helps us with the curve. And actually right now we're with a decent ratios of troops. We're at 70 troops right now, so that works really well. Hey, good luck. Back up YD. Good luck. X casting the top 8. I have no clue. No clue. I don't even know if someone is streaming. I would doubt that the people that are playing are streaming. Maybe they are, but you know, the very serious players won't be streaming at all. I think we're going to go with that. If you guys find a stream, someone streaming, we can clearly cover it within the time that I have left today. So I've got 1 hour left. So if someone finds a stream from someone doing the draft from the top 8, just let me know and we'll put it there, and I'll do the shotcasting for the drafting part. That would be cool. So if you see something like that, let me know and we'll arrange for it. If not, we're just going to enter into another game. I feel that we have a very strong build right there. Very, very aggressive. Works really well. And again, looking at the draft metrics that we have for the signals. Hey, Valoisian, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Welcome to this learning experience. Alright, these sleeves are just extremely nice. One of the best sleeves in the game. I love them so much. And I don't know why there's a snowflake here. That sounds like a bug. We're playing. Okay, so I'm gonna draw aggression. Captain wins. This is Evo 1. So we're going to go with Evo 2 against Azarune, playing Gorn, and this is not a keep, this is a keep, and we are on the draw again with a mole 6. Alright. Do you think set 5 commons will be farmable in AZ2? Usually the PvP commons are, well, we only have one adventure zone right now. So, you know, this is clearly not a trend, but right now the way you get the PvP commons in adventure zone in through the adventure zone 1 packs that sometimes have commons, but it's not random, it's specific commons. So, you can't really just farm all of the commons in Adventure Zone 1. You will get most of the PvE cards. But if I'd have to guess, you know, Adventure Zone 2 will have Adventure Zone 2 packs with more commons or uncommons from PvP. But, you know, we only have one Adventure Zone, so again, it's not a trend really, so it's hard to tell. Right there, we're going to go with first turn War Priest. Yeah, first turn War Priest. And second turn, I think we're still going with the Fin of Nilsen, although playing the Altar would draw us a card. I'd rather put more pressure in it. Oh, this is a strong... Yeah, I think we're going to Fiend of Nilsen, Valor the Priest, attack for 4. Alright, that works. And if we draw a shard next turn, we play, and we get a Valor here. Don't forget about it. Alright. That's a strong start. There might be that, or they will change the, they could just change the loot tables for the Adventure Zone 1 packs so that it includes commons from the first set. So it's a 2-2 speed. Do we have a way to deal with this guy? This guy is 3-3 when it attacks, so we can attack into this guy. If we Valor the Fiend of Nilsen, we can attack through this guy as well. No additional resources means that we're going to block at least one of these. This is a champion that wants to be attacking, so right now I just want to be on the offensive for the most part. Still only have access to 3 resources, so we're going to play the altar. So Valor on this guy. This guy would be enormous, and we can attack through what he has right now. So 5/5. If he plays anything to damage this guy, we can use Ardent Phalanx. He decides to trade. It's perfect. And then we play the altar. Next play will be the Tactician or the Blazeman. Alright. Since deck list below your stream, do you know what gems are using Kegurichu decks, Hierophant and Crusader? Yes. The Crusader was Steadfast and Skyguard. The Hierophant had Sacrifice and Intimidation in Blood. Oh, we got a captain, but we want to draw a shard, so let's just go with the Tactician. We drew a shard, that's perfect. We get a Valor here. Play this. I think we're playing the Valor on the Tactician. Makes it well. You know what? We're not playing it against Blood. There's a decent amount of removal. I just want to make sure that we're not playing the Valor and not getting the value out of it. So next turn we can play the Captain, get a Valor. If we get a shard, we can Valor both the Captain and the Tactician. That would be strong. And we can even exhaust a blocker. Alright, so this can be blocked. Alright, so he wants to play aggressive here. If we get a shard, do we wait to play Glory and not play any troop? Huh. If we attack with this one, he might just trade, right? Maybe we just play Bladesman. Yeah, Bladesman has 3 defense, so we play the Bladesman, hope to draw a shard. And then we exhaust this guy here. And just attack. The other line was to play the Ardent Officer first. But since we don't have any way to provide Swift Strike, and we're facing, yeah, maybe the yeah, I like the Emberleaf Blazeman here. If we need to, we're likely going to Eldrand Glory as soon as we can. So, you know, if we don't get a shard next turn, we might just be able to Valorous, you know, make this 4 defense and then Glory. Him trading here is a big deal. This is a very big deal. So he really wants to race us. That's perfect. Let's just have him invest on the board. This will be removed by Glory. So damage. This is not damage. Alright, so let's see what we get. Next turn we could just Valor this guy. Oh, okay. Alright. Glory as soon as we can to remove the Revenant. Because this Revenant is a very, very big pain. We need a shard. Shard. Never didn't have it. Alright, so I don't think we're taking one more hit, right? Yeah, let's just attack. Let's just attack for 3. He's not likely to block. He is blocking. Oh, that's great. That's great. So it's 6 health to make this indestructible, but we don't care because he's gaining 3. He paid 6 and he's gaining 3, so he's 3 down. It's the same thing as it, hitting him in the face. This voids each troop with 3 defense or less, so it voids both troops here. And it doesn't even void ours, so that's perfect. Here comes the thunder. Yeah, 3 damage either way. Aha! So Glory here coming in into a pinch really makes a difference. Makes a huge difference. Not much for us, alright. Alright, this is the this is it. Next turn we go with this is not an Ardent Troop though. This one draws cards. Yeah, I think if we get a shard next turn we Ardent Officer and Captain on the same turn. This is sad. Alright, and we do get a shard, so here it is, sir. The big deal. We're going to do this. And we're going to do this. And pass a turn. Try to raise now. Even if he plays 1 removal, these 2 are extremely big threats and he needs to die, so this can't be blocked, but we really don't care. We're just going to kill him way before he kills us at this pace. Oh, we even got a Brave here. So this one gets 1 more attack on the swing back. Do we Varus and play this guy? I believe we do, right? Sacrifice another troop, get life drain, unblockable. I don't care for that. Yeah, I think we just do this. Can he do 9 on the next turn? This will do 5, 6, 7, 8 with another rage. That's not 9. And we do have a blocker. Yeah, I think it's unlikely that he can kill us on the next turn. So let's just attack with these 2 for 10. Play Winter Brave. Get a Valor here. Create another Valor with the champion. And pass the turn. So this should be game. Okay, that's the first part of his combo. Even if he plays a troop, gives rage 1 to the infiltrator and attack with it unblockable, that's still 5 plus 3, that's 8 damage, that's not 9. We should be good. 6 damage, okay. Alright. We have him dead by a lot right now. Just, these are all Valorous, so let's just attack for the win. Just casually hitting for 15 in the air. In Evo Seal, no big deal. Glory won the match. Alright, we're Gold Division Unlimited now. One win away from another pack right there. And that is great, that is great. Our deck is running fine. I don't think we're making an adjustment right now. Are we making any adjustments? We could be running the Sapper's Charge. The Sapper's Wallbuster instead of Phalanx. Prevent, yeah. Now let's just run with it. I like the phalanx. It could bait bad blocks or be used on defense. I like it. Tick-tock. Why do you have tick-tock? Let's see, so next turn. Next run. No more water. Alright, so we've had a ton of fun here today. The recording will be available on YouTube in the next 2 days usually. First we did some constructed ladder with a brew, a Silver Age deck that I created. I'm having some great success in the ladder with it. I feel that this is a perfectly defendable pick for a strong tier 1 deck. So don't hesitate to look at it and have it and give it a test. I'll be adding the deck list to the stream notes once we're done. We also reviewed the deck list from the finalists of the Cosmic Crown Showdown. That worked. That seemed to be. We reviewed 5 lists out of the 8 lists. So that's something to look back. We did 5 cracker packs to try to evaluate what would be pack 1, pick 1 for most of them. So if you want to go get some insights on pack 1, pick 1 there, would be great for the later review. And now we're doing an Evo Sealed thanks to Snake here, who graciously donated the packs for it. So we're getting a bit shard flooded here. I went with the Ardent of Fisher and Bladesman. This is just, you know, a lot of value. And this doesn't need Valorous Troop to be effective, so I love it so far. We're under some amount of pressure, but we're not under the gun too much. Although, at this point, I'm a bit concerned with what we're doing right now. We're taking a ton of damage. Maybe Josephina would be better with our deck. We do have a decent amount of Valor creation, so that might just be it. The previous game, the Valor created by Lysander didn't matter that much, so maybe Josephina would just be a better champion. Hey, morning Gatekeeper, how are you doing today? Just you know, closing in on the last few minutes of the stream. We'll be ending at 1 p.m. today, as always. Done a lot of great stuff though. If you want to rewatch it, there's going to be a ton of it. Yeah, we're just, that was a bad keep. This was just straight up a bad keep for us. Knowing that we were facing Josephina, so there's no real way we're ending this right now. We're not entering the Chamblock territory for most for our troops here. So where you can watch Cosmic Showdown top 8. There's no official coverage for it. This is a draft. Maybe try looking for players who are you know, streaming the draft, but they're very unlikely to stream their draft. There's a lot of money on the line there. So yeah, we're just dead here. All right, taking a loss. Actually, I think this is a very, I like the elt better from Josephina here. I think she's just stronger for our list. And we already can create a decent amount of valors, right? We have 1, we have 2, we have 3, 4, 5 sources of valor. Yeah, that's not a ton, but how many troops do we have? The troops that we have that cares about valor does create valor themselves. We could easily have the Blazeman with valor if we need to. Yeah, I think Josephina is a nice pick. Here, let's just play another game. Yeah, that's sad. I'm hoping that for the next showdown, in 2 months, there will be some amount of coverage. That would be extremely cool to watch. I would be first in line, as many others, to watch it for sure. Jeff always records what he's doing if it's competitive, so you will be able to watch it. I'm fairly certain. as maybe, I don't know if JDM Jedi records this. I guess we've got a priest, a lot of shards, a combat trick of sorts if we get behind. I like that. Cyan is a bit of a late game, but now we don't want, if we don't draw any shard from the next 5 picks, we're going to be in a very good spot. Here we're trading with the priest here if he presents the opportunity, but he will not likely present the opportunity. However, we will be able to trade with the brave on the next turn. That's perfectly fine. Yeah, okay, so we're taking 4. That's a bit of a problem. I'm keeping the Duskwing Priest so that does help to get back on track. Just attack with the Priest. Get 1 health back. Play a resource. Play the Brave to draw to have a Valor, and then pass the turn. So we definitely try to trade if he presents it. And next turn we just if not a biggest threat, put Valor on the Duskwing here. And okay. Taking another 4. A lot of shards right now. Not a lot of we can do right there. I think we just put Valorous here and stop the bleeding for a bit. Take the trade if he offers it. And yeah, that's going to be... If he has any removal, we're likely just dead. Do we take the trade or not? Do we trade it or not? No, we take it. We take it. Alright. 13. Rage 2. Oh, Fire in the Hole is big though. I think we don't have a choice but to attack. There's nothing we can chum block with the priest anyway. This guy can block something. And we're getting... there's nothing we can kill with the priest, and we're getting 2 health back. And we're getting Fire in the Hole ready to kill a 3 defense troop. If there's a way we win, it's by you know, trading with one and then killing another one, and in the meantime gaining some health to try and stabilize. I think this is where we managed to win this game, but we need high attack troops now. So we're definitely trading with I guess this guy taking 9. Alright. So Ashwood. We can gain 3 up to 9. We make this Valorous. We use Phalanx to block this guy. We take 6. We don't take 6. We kill the Hauler. So alright. I think we're not using Fire in the Hole. Are we using Fire in the Hole right now? No, this is a quick action, we wait. Yeah, we're not using Valor, we wait. We chum block one of these and we Fire in the Hole the 3 drop that it targets with a Valor. I think this is prevent all damage that will be dealt to troops you control this turn. To Ardent Troop, alright. That does saves us a turn. Okay. So we kill this guy. We block this guy. And we're not in a super shape right now. We're not in a super shape. This is... Cremate. Play a shard. Cremate this guy. Valor this guy. Valor this guy. Cremate this one. Chump block the Ruffian here. And hope that we draw good. If we draw a shard next turn, we can hold the Ruffian one more turn. Just cremate that. Alright. Just need to hold the fort a bit more. There's not a lot of draws that that we managed to live through right now, but if we manage to neutralize this guy long enough, we can gain 3 and deal with this 3, but not with this guy. Okay, this guy is a problem, so we lost. Alright. We lost. Alright, we'll take the loss here. That's sad. I'm a sad panel. Let's see if we can find it in us, find it in the deck to Mama Yeti! So I forgot to record the third one, so Teeth Muncher, Josephina. Alright, go first. That works. That doesn't work though. That does work. Alright. Alright, so first term Ghost Mage is good. We're on the play. Mull 6. We need follow-ups though. We don't have follow-ups right now. I'm going to attack, and this is something very important if you're playing limited. In Herofall, there's a lot of assault card that triggers on attacking, so even if there's no apparent gain in attacking right now, we're doing 0 damage. It's important to get these free attack in. This makes your opponent thinks that you have an assault card in your hand, and that is just more things he needs to play around too. So very, very important. I think we're trading Razor's Edge for this guy, or we just cremate here. I think we just cremate. So do we valor this guy? I think we valor the Ghost Mage. No, we valor this guy. Valor this guy. Cremate this guy. And then attack. Attack for 3. And 3 attack blocker does deal with a lot of attackers. And it makes him out of range of magma as well. So Here we can definitely trade Razor's Edge for this transmuter. I would be happy to do so. And that removes a blocker in his deck, but I think we're just going to use Josefina right now to push some damage through. Or do we use Razor's Edge? We use Razor's Edge right now. I'm not going to Razor's Edge because it might just get a very strong bunkers threat that is from this card. So just going to attack here, pass the turn, and we really want to draw anything but a shard right there. Anything but a shard. We've got Eldoran's Glory would even be great. Anything that creates a Vader might be good. There's a lot of stuff we could get. Oh, he got a Savage Raider. Okay. Interesting. Shard. Alright, so we're going to play defense here. He might just be using his champion power on our Basher. It's not great. Alright, let's do this. Let's find something nice. Let's find something nice. We're trading the Razor's Edge for the Patrol Bot. If that presents. Okay, so this and if he wants to play, you know, the Combat Trick War on a Ghost Mage with a Razor's Edge, I'm more than happy for him to do so. No problem. That could be a lot worse. And we traded Razor's Edge with a 2/1 fly through for 3 cost, so that's great. Alright, now when you scrunch, get +3 attack and crush this turn. Definitely want to keep a blocker for it. Alright. We've been a bit flooded this turn around. We kept ends with I am out of shards twice though. But this was kind of our starting end with 3 shards. No, we drew the cremates. We had 4 shards, so yeah, we're just trading with this guy. That's enough for this dude to just live through his usefulness. Double damage. Wow. Okay. Not useful. Eldoran's Glory would be MVP here if we draw it. It's just insane. I'm going to use a Phalanx here. Just want to make sure that I give myself as many draws as I can. And never mind, 8 will be dead very shortly. Yeah. Wow, okay. Alright, this ends the... Whoa, where am I typing right now? This ends the Evil Seal right there with 2 wins, sadly. And that's okay, we're able to open a nice legendary card and grow our limited rank. And we've got some nice value out of this. So...